Chapter 3459. There were only a few gods in the Devata realms who had ascended to godhood. Before today, the only person who was confirmed to have become a god was Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, who was ranked first on the Devata heavenly ranking. However, from today onward, Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, and Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, were confirmed to have become gods as well, apart from the heavenly emperor ranking. Many people had long speculated that there was more than one god in the tidal temple. Otherwise, how could the tidal temple be able to keep the records of all the Devata realms in the long history of the Devata realms? Today, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had revealed his strength as a god. Therefore, the great sun celestial emperor, the hall master of the tidal temple's branch in the Xian Yuan heaven, had challenged Feng Qingyang to a duel. According to the rules of the tidal temple, Feng Qingyang was determined to kill Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was expelled from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the tidal temple did not allow gods to occupy the heavenly palaces of Devata realms. To a certain extent, gods were above the Devata realms. Such existences should go to the realms of gods instead of staying in the Devata realms. Even if they were to stay in the Devata realms, they would have to keep a low profile. This was something that the tidal temple had always done. The tidal temple is trying to expel Feng Qingyang from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It's said that it's one of the tidal temple's duties to expel gods from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Many of the young geniuses present on the scene knew about the tidal temple. Naturally, most of them were unaware of this. If that's the case, why didn't the tidal temple expel the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, since he's also a god? Moreover, why is he ranked first on the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? That's right, Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, has long become a god. Why is he still the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven? Celestial Emperor Feng Qingyang has been exposed as a god, and he's about to be dragged down. Why is this so unfair? Well, it's not unfair. According to my seniors, Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian, was challenged by more than one god from the tidal temple. However, none of those gods were able to defeat Jiyu at all. In you, the heavenly emperor of the heavenly palace of Ji Brahma heaven, you secret, heavenly secret, heavenly secret. This is a huge secret, and you actually know about it? Who are you? Heavenly heavens, heavenly heaven, you heavens master, heavenly master, famous heavenly celestial, you heavens. Of course, apart from such discussions, there was also another type of discussion. I've heard that the reason why the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heavenly emperor is able to remain as the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heavenly emperor is because he has a powerful background. There is such a thing. If that's the case, it's only natural that he's still the heavenly emperor of the G Fan celestial race after becoming a god. If the heavenly emperor of the Wanshou heaven becomes a god, I'm sure the tidal temple won't dare to make a move on him. It's no secret that the Qilin clan has a supreme expert. Someone revealed a different secret. But no matter what, one thing was certain. Although Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the G Brahma heaven, had become a god, no one, not even the tidal temple, could remove him from his position. Let's see if the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven can create another legend and secure his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone will be allowed to watch the battle between him and Pavilion Master Rulai. If I could witness their battle with my own eyes, I would be willing even if I had to cripple 100 years of my cultivation. If my cultivation is gone, I can cultivate it back. But if I can't witness this battle, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Although I'm more than 800 years old, I'm willing to sacrifice 200 or even 300 years of my cultivation base to watch their battle. Similar discussions could be heard among the spectators in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. The group of young geniuses wanted to personally witness the battle between the two gods. Even if they were there, they might not be able to clearly see the movements of the two gods. However, they still wanted to see the final result. They wanted to see who would win and who would lose, and whether or not someone would die. Whether it was the battle between the two gods or the death of a god, it was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Master. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a deep frown on his face. Although he was confident in his master, Feng Qingyang, the great sun celestial emperor Tethagata, was not someone to be trifled with since he dared to challenge his master. Tethagata Buddha. In the ancient myths and legends of my previous life on Earth, he was an almost invincible existence. Moreover, when he challenged Master, his expression was as calm as an ancient well. There was neither joy nor sorrow, and he appeared to be extremely calm. To a certain extent, this is a display of confidence. Duan Lingtian thought about many things in just a blink of an eye. The Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was bound to be a topic of discussion for a long time to come. Before the battle began, a heavenly emperor who had revealed his god-level cultivation base had defeated the person who was ranked 5th on the heavenly emperor ranking in just one move had shocked everyone. Then, he killed another heavenly emperor's immortal wishful would clone. Then, the hall master of the title temple's Xian Yuan Tian's branch, who was unknown to many, had announced that he would challenge the heavenly emperor who had revealed his god-level cultivation base. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, the great sun celestial emperor Tethagata. Before the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses began, Tethagata Buddha stole the limelight. Young geniuses from the various Devata realms, please calm down. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in an hour. The person in charge of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was none other than the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple. Naturally, the Vice Hall Master of the main temple was not one of the Vice Hall Masters of the Title Temple. Nobody knew where the Title Temple's main hall was. Some said it was in a Devata realm. Some said it was hidden in a mundane realm. Some said it was in a realm of gods. And some said it was in an independent realm created by a supreme powerhouse outside of the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, the Title Temple's branch was the only thing that people knew about. Nobody knew where the Title Temple's main temple was. In fact, it was said that even the Vice Hall Masters of the Title Temple did not know where the main temple was located. Although they had been to the main temple, they had been sent there through the transporting formations in the branch palaces. I'm Sukong Hai, the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple's main temple. Sukong Hai, the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple's main temple, was a white-haired young man with a youthful complexion. He had a pair of long, straight eyebrows that reached his temples, and he looked valiant. He was tall and muscular. When he looked around, it was obvious he was looking down on everyone. The Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple's main temple. The rumor is true. The main temple will send someone to preside over the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. It's said that the Title Temple's main hall is filled with gods. Let alone the Vice Palace Masters. Even the elders in the main hall are as strong as the Palace Masters of the Title Temple's branches in the Devata realms. Vice Hall Master Su must be a god as well. The group of young geniuses looked at Su Kong Hai with a burning gaze. Most of the people present on the scene, including the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, had only seen this mysterious Vice Palace Master of the main hall before. Most of the people present on the scene, including the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, had not seen this mysterious Vice Palace Master before. Most of them were heavenly emperors who had lived for a long time. However, when they thought about the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses that would begin in an hour, they withdrew their gazes from Su Kong Hai, the Vice Hall Master of the Title Temple's main temple. Many young geniuses closed their eyes to meditate and calm down. Their opponents in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses were all geniuses from different Devata realms. Even the slightest change in their emotions could cause them to be defeated and eliminated. Naturally, there were also some young geniuses who were chatting with the people around them. Duan Lingtian, in the past Devata realms battles of geniuses, more than 1,000 people would be eliminated in the first round, and the remaining 1,000 people would enter the second round. Su Li was familiar with the Devata realms battles of geniuses in the past. After the remaining 1,000 people enter the second round, they'll fight until only 300 people enter the third round. Although 300 people have entered the third round, the 700 people who were eliminated will have 3 chances to challenge any one of the 300 people. That round is the most intense part of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. After all, the 700 people who are eliminated might not be eliminated because they're weaker than the other 300 people. Some of the 300 people must have relied on others to enter the third round. The purpose of the third round of challenges is to eliminate those opportunistic people. Su Li said, "Yes, I've heard about it." Duan Lingtian nodded. He had heard about this from his master, Feng Qingyang, so he knew the third round would determine the top 300 people in the Devata realms battle of geniuses. The top 300 people would enter the fourth round and fight fiercely. The ranking of the top 300 people would be determined. After all, the rewards for the top 300 people were different. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. As for the remaining 1,000 or so people who were eliminated, there was no reward. This was because even if there was a reward for them, it would not be anything good. Moreover, they might not be interested in it. An hour passed in just a blink of an eye. Now, I hereby announce the start of the Devata realms battle of geniuses. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, who was presiding over the Devata realms battle of geniuses, announced loudly. His voice was not loud, but it was deafening to the young geniuses. Chapter 3460. Now, all young geniuses who are participating in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses are to rise 10 meters into the air. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, said, "After 10 breaths, those who don't rise into the air will be disqualified." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the young geniuses in the spectator seats rose into the air one after another. From the spectator stands, a total of more than 2,000 people stepped into the air. Looking from afar, they looked like locusts that had woken up from a deep slumber. They were densely packed. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Juyun, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, also rose to a height of 10 meters. We're going to start the first round of elimination. Although Duan Lingtian knew they were going to eliminate more than 1,000 people in the first round, he did not expect they would be asked to rise into the air. Initially, he thought they would have to enter a spacious area before the first round of elimination would begin. It's similar to the test to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace. Duan Lingtian remembered that when he and Huan went to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven, one of the tests was similar to this one as well. At that time, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, was in charge of overseeing the test to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace. 10 breaths later, all the young geniuses in the auditorium had stepped into the air and reached a height of 10 meters. Su Konghai's eyes suddenly narrowed as he continued in a clear voice, "Next, I'll be exerting pressure on you. Anyone who falls to the ground will be eliminated. When there are 1,000 people left, I'll stop exerting pressure on all of you. Now, you have 10 breaths to prepare." As soon as Su Konghai's words came out, the faces of most of the young geniuses in the void became extremely solemn. On their bodies, energies of various colors revolved around the surface of their bodies. Clearly, they were all beginning to accumulate power, preparing to resist the incoming pressure. The pressure came from Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, who was suspected to be a god. Of course, they knew that Su Konghai would not use his full strength against them. At most, he would exert some pressure on them. If a powerhouse of this level were to go all out, the pressure would envelop them. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. 10 breaths were gone in the blink of an eye. At this moment, most of the young geniuses present held their breaths. There were only a few hundred people who were still able to maintain their composure. These hundreds of people included Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juiyun, Tang Sanpao, and Zhang Tianyu. Most titled celestial emperors were calm at this moment, because they all knew that they would not be eliminated in the first round. With their strength, there was no suspense in passing the first round. Those who were not titled celestial emperors would be eliminated in the first round. For example, Wang Ting and He Jianyi, who were beside Zhang Tianyu, both of their expressions were extremely grave, as if they were facing a great enemy. Whoosh! Crash! Su Konghai didn't seem to have made any movements, but an invisible pressure suddenly extended from his body, enveloping the more than 2,000 young geniuses present. More than half of the young geniuses' bodies trembled. Many of them began to vomit blood or bleed from their 7 orifices. Although they tried their best to withstand the pressure, their bodies were still on the verge of collapsing. Due to Su Konghai's pressure, a few hundred people were injured in the second round of the second round. Whoosh! The third round of the second round arrived as expected. This time, more than 100 people could not withstand the pressure and fell from the sky. A few hundred people were injured, and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Whoosh! In the fourth round of the second round of the second round, hundreds of people fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. I'm still eliminated. Many people who fell from the sky smiled bitterly. I was willing to pass the first round, but I didn't expect to be eliminated in the first round. My strength is close to that of a titled celestial emperor. I didn't expect to be eliminated so easily. I was too careless. I thought I had hidden my strength, but I didn't expect to be eliminated because of it. Palace Master Su's fourth round of the second round of the second round eliminated more than 500 people. Isn't the speed of elimination a little too fast? At this moment, those who were eliminated, including Duan Lingtian and the other titled celestial emperors, discovered that more than half of the people who were still standing in the sky were on the verge of collapsing. Some of them had pale faces. It was obvious they had just suffered a great deal of pressure. After the fifth round, I'm afraid the first round will end. A heavenly emperor from a Devata realm said as he looked at the scene before him. Another heavenly emperor from a Devata realm nodded in agreement. Based on the current situation, that's indeed the case. As soon as the 2 heavenly emperors finished speaking, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the tidal temple and the person in charge of presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, launched the 5th round of the second round of the second round. At this moment, even the young titled celestial emperors who were standing in the sky had a solemn expression on their faces. Some people's bodies trembled slightly. It was obvious the 5th round of the second round was even stronger. Naturally, there were also those who were not affected by the 5th round, such as Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Juiyun, and Tang Sanpao. Even Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor Xian Yuan, who was seated opposite Duan Lingtian, was not affected by the 5th round of the second round. On the other hand, Tong Tu, the 4th true disciple of the heavenly emperor Xian Yuan, had a tense expression on his face. Junior brother, it seems like Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is indeed stronger than you. Yu Dongfang glanced at Duan Lingtian in the distance. With his eyes, it was not difficult for him to see Duan Lingtian's current calm expression. With Yu Dongfang's reminder, Tong Tu looked over and saw that Duan Lingtian had ignored the 5th wave just like his 3rd senior brother. At this moment, no matter how unwilling he was to admit it, he had no choice but to admit that Duan Lingtian was not weaker than him. Of course, he didn't want to admit it. 3rd senior brother, this doesn't mean anything. Maybe he's good at defense, or good at resisting this kind of pressure. Yu Dongfeng only shook his head when he heard this. He didn't say anything because he knew his junior brother very well. Unlike the young geniuses who were titled celestial emperors, they were either unaffected or only slightly affected. On the other hand, the young geniuses who had yet to become titled celestial emperors were not in a good situation. Wow. PFFF! Hundreds of young geniuses spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Many fell from the sky, while some were still hanging on. Those who were hanging on began to fall from the sky, one after another. It was as though they were queuing up to land. The number of young geniuses in the sky continued to dwindle. Wang Ting, I can't hold on any longer. You hang in there. Jenny, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, looked wretched. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He could not hold on any longer and fell from the sky. At the same time, he did not forget to use the last of his strength to encourage Wang Ting, who was on the verge of collapsing. Among the three people from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jinni, Zhang Tianyu was the strongest. Zhang Tianyu was a titled celestial emperor. Although his face was slightly red and his body trembled slightly, he did not seem to be affected by the fifth wave. On the other hand, Wang Ting, who was standing next to Zhang Tianyu, looked as though she would fall at any moment. However, when Wang Ting heard He Jinni's words, she seemed to have regained her strength. Although she was on the verge of collapsing, she stubbornly held on. Wang Ting, just hang in there for a little longer, and you'll be able to pass the first round. Zhang Tianyu looked at his surroundings and saw there were only slightly more than 1,000 young geniuses left. You'll be able to pass the second round if less than 100 people are eliminated. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, Wang Ting took a deep breath and continued to hold on. At this moment, she had completely unleashed her potential. Swoosh! A soft sound rang in the air as the two profundities from the law of water merged and spread out. Wang Ting seemed to have calmed down a lot. In the next moment, Wang Ting's pale face gradually returned to normal. Her eyes glinted sharply as she looked at Duan Lingtian. She broke through? Zhang Tianyu's eyes widened in shock. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see that Wang Ting had broken through the last hurdle and entered the realm of titled celestial emperors. Currently, Wang Ting's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Most importantly, her profundities from the law of water had merged. She broke through? These two brats actually managed to break through and become titled celestial emperors under such circumstances. While Wang Ting was breaking through, a young man who was hovering in the air above the spectator area had also broken through and attracted the attention of many heavenly emperors. Wang Ting was the granddaughter of Meng Luo's friend. Meng Luo, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, could not help but smile when he saw Wang Ting breaking through. Brother Feng, this little girl from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is not bad. It's rare for someone to break through under such circumstances. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, said to Feng Qingyang with a smile on his face. Feng Qingyang nodded. A hint of surprise could be seen in his eyes. After Wang Ting and the young man broke through, the pressure on them was lifted. They sighed in relief as they looked at the people around them. One by one, people fell from the sky. They finally broke through. Soon after, another young man broke through. After about a dozen breaths, there were only 1,000 people left. At this moment, Su Konghai, who was supporting the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, withdrew his aura and said, "Congratulations on passing the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses." At this moment, those who were not as strong as titled celestial emperors heaved a sigh of relief. Joy could be seen on their faces. Chapter 3461. In fact, most of the young geniuses who had come to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were already mentally prepared to face the celestial emperor realm. After all, they were here to serve as foils. They were here to serve as foils for the young geniuses who had the strength of a titled celestial emperor. Naturally, many of them were here to seek a breakthrough. After all, they had heard that many geniuses would break through during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses in the past. Although they did not receive any substantial rewards in the end, being able to break through was already the best reward they could get. For this reason, they could not help but feel envious when they saw Wang Ting and the other two young geniuses who had the strength of a titled celestial emperor realm. I thought I'd be able to break through. In the end, I was so close to breaking through. Me too. I was so close to breaking through, but I didn't make it. These three young geniuses are really lucky. They managed to break through at the most critical moment and possess strength comparable to a titled celestial emperor. If they didn't participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through before they reach the age of 1,000. Many people who had been eliminated and those who had the strength of a titled celestial emperor could not help but sigh. Some people looked at Wang Ting and the other two young geniuses enviously. So what if they've broken through? Since they passed the first round. Even if they pass the second round, there's still a chance they'll be eliminated in the third round. At most, they'll make it to the fourth round. Naturally, these people were jealous of Wang Ting and the other three young geniuses. Not many people paid them any attention. If they were given a choice, they would still choose to break through or not. They were merely jealous of Wang Ting and the other two young geniuses. I hereby announce the end of the first round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. At this moment, Su Konghai, one of the vice palace masters of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, announced loudly, "Now, the 1,000 people who pass the first round will have 2 hours to rest. After that, the second round will begin." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the crowd returned to their seats one after another. None of them were worried that they would be mixed up with those who had been eliminated, because those who were eliminated absolutely didn't have the guts to participate in the second round of selection after the first round. This kind of small method of fishing in troubled waters would only cause the lucky ones to lose their lives. In the history of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, there were always people who tried to take advantage of the situation. However, all of them were killed by the people from the Tidal Temple who were in charge of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Even the disciples of heavenly emperors were killed. If anyone tried to take advantage of the situation, the Tidal Temple would view it as a challenge to its authority. Furthermore, it was only 1,000 people, so it was easy to remember them. Even if an ordinary person wanted to, it would be very difficult for them to remember 1,000 people. However, would it be difficult for a god who is above the 10 directions, celestial emperors, to remember 1,000 people? Apart from that, the vice palace masters of the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms had already recorded the names of the young geniuses who had advanced to the Devata realms. Even the names of the young geniuses from the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Devata realms had been recorded in the Tidal Temple's branches. For example, before the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, the vice palace masters of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven had gone to look for Meng Luo and asked for their information so that they could keep tabs on the names of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Tianyu, and Wang Ting. Currently, the vice palace masters of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven had recorded the names of the young geniuses who had advanced to the Devata realms. Including the 4 people from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, we have a total of 23 people from the solitary destructive heaven. Currently, 13 of them have advanced to the Devata realms. That's not bad, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven said with a smile. The vice palace master nodded. Yes, that's not bad. However, what surprised me the most is the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Earlier, when he faced the 5th wave of pressure from Vice Palace Master Su, he remained calm. He doesn't seem like an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Upon hearing the Vice Palace Master's words, the Vice Palace Master's expression turned solemn. It seems like the true disciple of the heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is at least a 2-star god of war. How shocking! He's only slightly over 600 years old, but he's already a 2-star god of war. Upon hearing the Vice Palace Master's words, the Vice Palace Master turned to look at the young man standing next to Duan Lingtian. That young man's name is Su Li from the Jade Emperor Heaven. He's about the same age as Duan Lingtian. He's at least a 2-star god of war. Both of them are monstrous geniuses in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. 2 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. It did not take long for the 2 hours to pass by. As for those young geniuses who had been exhausted in the first round, they had all recovered in these 2 hours. After all, what they had just experienced was not a battle of life and death. They had only consumed a certain amount of celestial core power and some mental energy. If they wanted to recover, they would only need a few hours. 2 hours was more than enough. Many of them even chatted for more than half an hour after they had recovered. The 1,000 people who passed the first round will now enter the arena. As soon as Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, who was in charge of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, spoke, the 1,000 young geniuses who had survived until the end of the first round flew into the arena in the middle of the spectator area. 1,000 young geniuses, no more, no less. As soon as they entered the arena, Su Konghai raised his hand and sent a wave of energy into the vast arena. The arena immediately lit up. First, a translucent beam of light rose into the air before a white light shrouded the arena. At the same time, the light shrouded Duan Lingtian and the others as well. Due to the large size of the arena, it did not seem crowded even if 1,000 people were to enter the arena. At the same time, Su Konghai's voice rang again. I'm sure most of you know the rules of the second round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I'll repeat it now. 1,000 people will fight without discrimination. 700 people will be eliminated. And the second round will end when 300 people are left. Each person will have 1 jade token. If you crush it at a critical moment, it'll send you out of the formation's light shield. When he spoke up to hear, Su Konghai raised his hand and 1,000 jade tokens descended from the horizon like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, and they accurately descended towards the group of young geniuses, including Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the 1,000 young geniuses firmly held onto their jade tokens in their hands. The jade tokens were life-saving treasures at critical moments. Although the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was not a battle of life and death, it was not unusual for one to kill the young geniuses. Naturally, you'll be eliminated if you crush your jade token. Apart from that, you'll also be eliminated if you leave the area covered by the formation's light shield on your own. You'll also be eliminated if you're eliminated, Su Konghai said. For a time, Duan Lingtian and the others glanced at the formation light shield to determine the specific gap between them so that they would not accidentally create their own formation light shield during the battle and be eliminated miserably. Isn't this place too small? 1,000 people won't be able to fight freely in such a small place. Many people began to complain. However, it was the same for everyone. It was useless even if they complained. It did not mean that everyone was treated differently. You have 15 minutes to prepare. Su Konghai's voice rang again, shocking Duan Lingtian and the others. After 15 minutes, I'll announce the start of the battle of the geniuses. You'll be able to eliminate the others. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, an uproar broke out among the 1,000 participants. Some of them knew each other, and some of them did not know each other, and they began to look for someone to work with so they would not be eliminated in the second round. I don't care anymore. No matter how high the price is, I'll pass the second round and enter the third round even if I'll be eliminated in the third round. A young man dressed in brocade robes said through gritted teeth, I'll find someone who's a titled celestial emperor to help me pass the second round. Once I pass the second round and enter the third round, I'll be able to boast to everyone that I've advanced to the third round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Being eliminated in the second round and being eliminated in the third round are two completely different things. Quite a few people had similar thoughts. For this reason, they were willing to work with someone who could help them enter the third round. Although these people were willing to pay the price, none of them came looking for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel puzzled. What's wrong with these people? Put aside the question of whether he would agree to work with them. These people should at least ask him, right? Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, had been defeated by Duan Ling Tian, and yet many people had approached him to ask if he was willing to work with them. Duan Ling Tian knew most of the people who came to look for Tong Tu were after Tong Tu's senior brother, Yu Dongfang. He was certain Yu Dongfang would help Tong Tu enter the third round. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like they don't have high hopes for us. Su Li shook his head with a wry smile on his face. He could see those who were weaker than titled celestial emperors did not approach them, even though they were all titled celestial emperors. It was as though they would be in danger if they followed them. In the end, someone stepped forward to ask Ling Jueyun. It was Feng Qing Tian's young prodigy. He had come here with Feng Qing Tian's Title Temple's branch, so he was aware of Ling Jueyun's strength. However, after Ling Jueyun rejected the young prodigy's offer, 15 minutes had passed. No one was interested in Duan Ling Tian and the others anymore. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses begins now. Su Konghai's voice arrived as scheduled, deafening everyone's ears. Chapter 3462. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses has officially begun. Before Su Konghai spoke, most of the young geniuses present on the scene had tensed up and looked at the people around them with a solemn expression on their faces. Naturally, there were also many people who remained calm. For example, apart from Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and even Tang Sanpao had a calm expression on their faces. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the scene immediately turned chaotic. Colorful energies filled the entire place in just a blink of an eye. The battle royale had officially begun. Duan Ling Tian and his group stood at a corner of the arena. They did not make the first move as though they were not part of the battle. In just a blink of an eye, battles broke out in other places. Many people crushed their jade tokens in the nick of time and were sent out of the arena. In less than a dozen breaths of time, more than 20 people had already given up. Naturally, not everyone had the chance to give up. Some people were too greedy and were too slow to react. Due to that, they were killed immediately. In the beginning, only one person had died. Soon after, a few more people died. Seemingly affected by the deaths of these few people, no one dared to be careless or greedy anymore. When they felt something was amiss, they immediately crushed their jade tokens and left. Under such circumstances, the number of people who died decreased. Someone's watching us. Zhang Tianyu, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, suddenly said as he looked to the right in front of him cautiously. Although Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting did not say anything to Duan Ling Tian, when they saw the two of them following Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian did not say anything, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they wanted to perform well. Both of them were constantly on guard. Now that there was a situation, Zhang Tianyu immediately warned them. Just as Zhang Tianyu finished speaking, a group of 7 people flew towards Duan Ling Tian's group of 6. The person in the lead was the person who had just killed one person. His ability was not as simple as a 1-star war god. He was at least a 2-star war god or even stronger. The only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If I can eliminate you in the second round, I'll be able to brag about it for the rest of my life. The leader was an ordinary-looking young man with a medium build. He was surrounded by lightning, as if he was a god of thunder, and lightning bathed in lightning. He came with a vast amount of lightning. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. His momentum was mighty and intimidating. From his words, it was obvious that he wanted to eliminate Duan Lingtian. The other 6 people standing behind him were all young prodigies, with strength comparable to titled celestial emperors. 2 of them exuded the aura of laws and profundity, which was enough to prove that they were not weak. The disciple of the heavenly emperor is only slightly over 600 years old, but you're already as strong as a titled celestial emperor. Today, I, Lin Wei, shall witness your strength. The young man who called himself Lin Wei raised his hand and brought out a gigantic hammer that was surrounded by lightning bolts. The hammer seemed to carry an unparalleled divine might as it swept toward Duan Lingtian and the others. As the hammer fell, heaven and earth changed color. It seemed as though it could destroy everything. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the young man's profundities were glowing even more brightly than before. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could tell that the young man's prodigy was not weak at all. At the very least, the young man was one of the strongest among the 2-star war gods. Most likely, he was the strongest among the 7 people standing before him. Based on this, it was obvious the young man wanted to make a name for himself by eliminating Duan Lingtian in the 2nd round. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian's heart was like an ancient well without ripples, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a helpless arc. When did I, Duan Lingtian, become a soft persimmon in the eyes of others? Humph. Before Lin Wei could get close to Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, scoffed. Then his eyes turned cold as another Ling Juyun appeared in his body. This was the law of death's death clone profundity. The other Ling Juyun's eyes were crimson red. As soon as he flew out of his body, he shot toward Lin Wei and the others like a blood-red meteor in the night sky. A terrifying murderous aura surged out of his body as he charged toward Lin Wei and the others. You're seeking death. Lin Wei sneered. His target was Duan Lingtian. No matter who it was, he would mercilessly destroy anyone who stood in his way. So what if you have a death clone? I can crush you with a single strike of my hammer. The gigantic hammer in Lin Wei's hand seemed to have transformed into a meteor as it fell on Ling Juyun's death clone profundity. Dazzling lightning bolts flashed in the air as though it was a punishment from the 9 heavens. Boom! Rumble! The gigantic hammer was extremely fast. As it flew through the air around it exploded like thunder. Just as the gigantic hammer was about to land on Ling Juyun's death clone profundity, Ling Juyun's death clone profundity suddenly surged. Then its speed more than doubled, and it easily dodged the gigantic hammer. Like a ghost, it instantly closed in on Lin Wei, who had just regained his senses. With one hand on Lin Wei's head and the other on Lin Wei's shoulder, the death clone profundity's eyes flashed with an extremely cold light. No! Just as Lin Wei let out a shrill scream of terror, a jade tablet appeared in his hand, and he was about to crush it. Rip! The sound of something being torn apart rang out. It was Ling Juyun's death clone profundity tearing Lin Wei's body apart with its bare hands. In an instant, his head was separated from his body. Blood splattered everywhere, dazzling to the eye. At this moment, even the people who were fighting in the vicinity were shocked by the commotion. They stopped fighting and looked at Ling Juyun warily. Sir, we won't fight with you anymore. We'll leave now. When the 6 people behind Lin Wei saw that the strongest among them, Lin Wei, was torn in half, they were naturally terrified. After hurriedly opening their mouths, they wanted to shift the target elsewhere. However, Ling Juyun ignored them. His death clone profundity closed in on them again. 2 more ripping sounds rang in the air as 2 more people were torn apart. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. The remaining 4 people's expressions changed drastically when they saw this. They no longer dared to take any chances. They quickly crushed the jade pendants they had taken out earlier and fled. Naturally, before they left, their faces were filled with reluctance. After all, they were all titled celestial emperors, and yet they were forced to flee by Ling Jueyun. However, when they thought about their 3 temporary partners who were killed, they were relieved that Ling Jueyun did not attack them first. Otherwise, they would have been killed instead of the other 2. After the 4 people escaped, they looked at the gray-clad young man standing next to Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at the gray-clad young man standing next to Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have such a powerful person by his side. Based on the strength he displayed earlier, he's at least a 3-star god of war. Ling Jueyun could be said to be the most powerful person among those who had fought so far. Naturally, there were other 4-star gods of war and 5-star gods of war as well. However, most of them held back when they attacked. Unlike Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian had killed 3 young prodigies who were titled celestial emperors as soon as he attacked. This did not seem like an ordinary battle. It seemed more like a battle between enemies. He's so powerful. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting, who were standing behind Ling Jueyun, felt chills running up their spines when they saw Ling Jueyun killing 3 titled celestial emperors of war who were on par with them. They looked at Ling Jueyun warily. Who's Duan Lingtian's friend? He's at least a 3-star god of war, right? It's impossible for an ordinary 3-star god of war to possess such strength. Apart from Duan Lingtian and Su Li, who had heard about Ling Jueyun's strength from Duan Lingtian's words, everyone who had been paying attention to Ling Jueyun's battle instinctively turned to look at him. Who's he? I've never heard of him. His mastery of the law of death is profound. His law of war is extraordinary, and he's decisive in killing. It's fine if he's only a 3-star god of war or a 4-star god of war. However, if he's a 5-star god of war, he might be able to kill a 3-star god of war or a 4-star god of war. Many people thought Ling Jueyun was a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, why would he not give others a chance to kill him? Naturally, those who were killed in such a situation could only blame themselves for being unlucky. After all, everyone knew the rules. If they knew they were no match for Duan Lingtian, they should leave as soon as possible. Naturally, the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms merely glanced at Ling Jueyun before they looked away. Based on Ling Jueyun's current strength, they did not pay much attention to him. Moreover, many heavenly emperors were disgusted by Ling Jueyun's ruthlessness. In the arena, the number of people who were eliminated and those who would be killed added up to more than 200 people. There were only about 700 people left, and the battle was still going on. However, after Ling Jueyun's ruthless act, no one dared to provoke Duan Lingtian and the others anymore. They only cared about killing each other, treating Duan Lingtian and the others as though they were invisible. In fact, some of them even brushed past Duan Lingtian and the others as they fought. Chi, 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 chi. When the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang in the air, a young man dressed in blood-red robes who wielded a saber made his move. The young man had a medium build and a cold expression on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Upon closer inspection, one could see his robes were not blood-red. Instead, they were dark gray. Due to the excessive amount of blood, his robes were dyed red. Naturally, this was because he did not intentionally avoid the blood that spurted out from the bodies of the people he killed. It was as though he intentionally allowed the blood to stain his robes as a badge of honor for killing geniuses. Chapter 3463. Ling Jueyun and the red-clad young man's ferocious actions had frightened the other geniuses. As soon as they sensed danger, they hurriedly crushed their jade tokens. As long as the situation wasn't right, they would crush their jade tokens and leave. Being eliminated was better than dying. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene were elites in their respective regions. Although the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses would make them famous, they would still be famous in their respective regions. We can't afford to offend them. I'll take my leave first. It's too dangerous. I'll wait until the third round to see if there's anyone I can defeat. Are you shameless? 3 against 1? All right, I'll take my leave first. If any one of you makes it to the third round, I'll challenge that person to a duel and defeat him, or even kill him. Regardless of whether they were young geniuses with limited strength or titled celestial emperors, all of them crushed their jade tokens and left. However, due to Ling Juyin and the red-clad young man's actions, the second round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses ended in less than 4 hours. 300 people emerged from the second round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Among the 300 people, more than 90% of them were young geniuses with strength comparable to titled celestial emperors. Most of them were 2-star gods of war or stronger. There were also a small number of people who had paid a hefty price for other young geniuses to help them pass the second round. Although these people's strength was only close to that of a titled celestial emperor, they were from prominent clans and had strong foundations. Even young geniuses who were stronger than them were tempted by the things they offered. Naturally, these people knew they were only able to pass the second round because they were protected by other people. They were destined to be eliminated in the third round. After the third round, the top 300 participants in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses would be determined. The second round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses has ended. The third round will begin in a month's time. Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Title Temple, said in a clear voice, "In 3 days, the Title Temple will compile a list of the 300 people who made it to the next round and announce it here. After the list is announced, the 700 people who were eliminated today can spend some time to learn more about the 300 people who made it to the next round. Then, you can choose your opponent to challenge in a month. Cherish your challenge opportunities. Everyone only has 3 challenges. In the second round, the 700 people who were eliminated had a chance to revive in the third round. As long as they succeeded in challenging one of the 300 people who advanced today and successfully defeated the challenger, they would be able to advance to the fourth round." 1 month? Su Li was surprised. "I didn't expect that the third round would be held in a month. I feel like they are taking care of the 700 people who were eliminated today so that they can understand the 300 people who advanced today." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Duan Lingtian, thank you." At this moment, no matter if it was Zhang Tianyu or Wang Ting, both of them took the initiative to express their gratitude to Duan Lingtian. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, with their strength, they might not have been able to advance today. Naturally, they were under a lot of pressure now. After all, there would be many people who would challenge them in a month. At that time, it would be difficult for them to advance to the fourth round. "All right," Duan Lingtian nodded. "There's still a month left. Both of you should prepare yourselves. You'll be challenged in a month's time." Zhang Tianyu and Wang Ting smiled wryly when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. After the formation disappeared, they left the venue and returned to their rooms to cultivate. It was as though they did not want to waste any time. Like the two of them, there were many others who left in a hurry as well. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Su Li and Ling Juiyun, his master, Feng Qingyang sent a voice transmission to him. "Little Tian, stay for a while. An old friend of mine wants to see you." Upon hearing the voice transmission, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Su Li and Ling Juiyun before he left for Feng Qingyang. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was still with Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. "Master," senior Uncle Ding. After greeting Feng Qingyang and Ding Fu, Duan Lingtian looked at Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, and greeted him with a smile. "Senior brother Wei Qi." "We meet again." Wei Qi smiled in response. On the other hand, Ding Fu looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Junior nephew Duan, your friend is too ruthless. I wanted to see your performance, but I didn't get to see it. It seems like I'll have to wait until the third round to see your performance." The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses would begin in a month's time. The 700 people who were eliminated today would each have 3 chances to challenge their opponents. Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. One could only imagine how many challenges he would face on that day. Even if others were wary of him, they would send someone to test his strength. Based on the current situation, one thing was certain. Duan Lingtian was at least a 2-star god of war. Even Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, could not help but feel shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian was a 2-star god of war who was more than 600 years old. Even a 5-star god of war who was more than 900 years old would not have such strength when they were more than 600 years old. Only a 6-star god of war who was less than 1,000 years old would be able to possess the strength of a 2-star god of war when they were more than 600 years old. Junior nephew Duan, I'll be back to see your performance in a month's time. Ding Fu knew Feng Qingyang would be staying to see the others, so he smiled at Duan Lingtian. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang, he left with Wei Qi. The others also left one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In next to no time, 3 figures tore through the sky from afar and appeared before Duan Lingtian. One of them was someone Duan Lingtian had fought before. To be more precise, he had injured Duan Lingtian and sent him flying with a single blow. Although this was his first time meeting the other 2 at such a close distance, he knew who they were. They were none other than Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the yellow, the arch-heaven. The third person was Yu Dongfang, the 4th true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan. Yu Dongfang had a medium build, so he appeared short when he stood next to the tall and burly Tong Tuesday. However, the aura he exuded made up for his lack of height. He gave off an otherworldly and refined aura. Heavenly Emperor Feng, your clones from the Law of Earth are even stronger now that I've seen you fight. Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heaven, was a refined middle-aged man dressed in a golden dragon robe. His face was as fair as jade, and his eyebrows were slanted to his temples. At this moment, he was looking at Feng Qingyang and sighing emotionally. Previously, when Feng Qingyang came out of the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, it was rumored that he had attained godhood. Therefore, Gongsun Shenyuan had personally paid him a visit. Although the 2 of them did not officially spar, Gongsun Shenyuan could tell the difference between him and Feng Qingyang from their exchange of blows. Just the Law of Earth alone was enough to suppress him. In the past, Gongsun Shenyuan could fight Feng Qingyang to a standstill even if he used the Law of Destruction. However, at that time, Feng Qingyang's clones from the Law of Earth easily suppressed him. The strength of a god's divine energy was beyond imagination. Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan, you flatter me. It's just that I fused an additional profundity. Feng Qingyang shook his head and smiled as he gestured for Gongsun Shenyuan to take a seat. At this moment, the 2 men standing behind Gongsun Shenyuan, Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu, bowed at Feng Qingyang. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Feng. Duan Lingtian bowed at Gongsun Shenyuan as well. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan. I'm Duan Lingtian. Although Gongsun Shenyuan's surname was Gongsun, not many people addressed him as Heavenly Emperor Gongsun. Most people referred to him as Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan. Naturally, Duan Lingtian addressed him as his master, Feng Qingyang. Martial nephew Duan, you're only slightly over 600 years old. It's amazing that you've achieved so much. Gongsun Shenyuan was very friendly to Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid your future achievements won't be lower than your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Gongsun Shenyuan looked at Feng Qingyang. Heavenly Emperor Feng, what do you think? Feng Qingyang smiled and said, I believe he'll surpass his master. This short sentence revealed Feng Qingyang's confidence in Duan Lingtian. Even Gongsun Shenyuan was shocked by Feng Qingyang's direct words. One had to know that before Feng Qingyang spoke, he thought that Feng Qingyang would be humble. However, he didn't expect Gongsun Shenyuan to be so straightforward and believe that his only true disciple would surpass him. Tong Tuesday. At this moment, Gongsun Shenyuan called out indifferently. Tong Tu stepped forward immediately. A hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes before he cupped his fists and apologized to Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Duan, I apologize for my rudeness that day. Although Tong Tu was apologizing, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see his unwillingness. It was obvious he was afraid of the heavenly Emperor Shenyuan. There's no need for you to apologize. Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Tong Tu meaningfully. After all, I wasn't injured that day. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing Duan Lingtian's meaningful gaze, Tong Tu's expression turned unsightly. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body before it was withdrawn in just a blink of an eye. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance in the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Tong Tu was certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Duan Lingtian ignored Tong Tu's dissatisfaction. He shifted his gaze to Gongsun Shenyuan, and his heart trembled. Heavens! This was Gongsun Shenyuan, the Yellow Emperor, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, the Yellow Emperor was sitting right in front of him. Chapter 3464. Duan Lingtian stared at Gongsun Shenyuan with a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. When Gongsun Shenyuan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Martial nephew Duan, could it be that you've seen me before? The purple-clad young man did not look at him as though he was looking at a stranger. Instead, it looked more like he was looking at a long-lost acquaintance. That was why Gongsun Shenyuan asked this question. However, there was one thing he was certain about. He had no recollection of this young man. It was more like he had never seen him before. Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he said, It might sound exaggerated, but it's true. The mundane realm where I'm currently from is the same mundane realm where my master is from. However, my soul is from the Yen Huang planet in the Yen Huang realm. I grew up listening to legends about you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, not only the heavenly Emperor Shenyuan, but even his 2 disciples and his master, Feng Qingyang, were taken aback. This was especially true for Feng Qingyang. He did not expect his disciple to have such a past. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of a soul traveling from one mundane realm to another mundane realm and transmigrating into the body of a dying person. However, most of them were just rumors, and he didn't really believe that they were true. However, he knew since his disciple had said it, it had to be true. Were you an outstanding person when you were on the Yen Huang planet? Gongsun Shenyuan asked with a solemn expression on his face. There was no hint of shock in his eyes. Instead, it was filled with astonishment. It was as though he could understand what Duan Lingtian meant. An outstanding person? Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he recalled his time on Earth in his previous life. Based on his strength and achievements at that time, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was an outstanding person. However, despite his thoughts, Duan Lingtian still asked Gongsun Shenyuan, Heavenly Emperor Shenyuan, What do you mean by outstanding person? It's outstanding in certain aspects. Gongsun Shenyuan replied. Gongsun Shenyuan said, I don't know if I count as Duan Lingtian spoke, he explained the background of his era on Earth. At the same time, he also revealed his identity at that time and what he had done before his death in his previous life. If what you said is true, your achievements in that era can no longer be described as a hero. You can be called a peerless hero. Gongsun Shenyuan sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I thought you died in the divine land, and your soul traveled to another mundane realm. I didn't expect your soul to travel to an island far away from the divine land. This kind of situation can only happen to the unparalleled world hero. Duan Lingtian was even more dumbfounded by Gongsun Xuanyuan's words. He had no idea why Gongsun Xuanyuan would say such a thing. Xuanyuan Tian, Senior Xuanyuan, could it be that you know the reason why my soul transmigrated? It shouldn't be too different from what I've imagined. Gongsun Xuanyuan looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Uncontrollable excitement could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Do you have 99 heavenly veins in your body? 99 heavenly veins. Not only were his two true disciples stunned by Gongsun Xuanyuan's words, but even Feng Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. He instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. He had only found out about Duan Lingtian's 99 heavenly veins after meeting Duan Lingtian. Senior, how did you know? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. As long as the person inside his body was not a god, even if he was surrounded by divine consciousness, he would be able to block the person's divine consciousness from entering his body. Could it be that a divine spirit had probed him and told Gongsun Xuanyuan about this? However, that was not very likely. After all, his master had left a divine spirit mark on him. If a divine spirit probed him with their divine spirit, his master would be able to inform him immediately. He might even be able to block the divine spirit for a short period of time. Naturally, he would only be able to block the divine spirit for a short period of time to warn the divine spirit. If the divine spirit insisted on probing him, his master's divine spirit mark would not be able to stop it. Ha 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 ha. Gongsun Xuanyuan laughed heartily. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Junior nephew Duan, please wait for a moment. I'll call the two old fellows over. I'll tell you why I guessed you have 99 heavenly veins when I heard about your soul transmigration. Soon after, two figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian after Gongsun Xuanyuan sent out the voice transmissions. One of them was the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Yu Haotian. The other person was the grandson Celestial Emperor, Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xianyuan Heaven. The Jade Emperor, Tathagata. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to these two people. Naturally, this was his first time meeting them in person. Haotian, Sakyamuni. After everyone greeted them, Gongsun Xuanyuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, The Wind Celestial Emperor's only true disciple should have the flaming yellow physique on planet Yanhuang. Tathagata was also known as Sakyamuni. Before Gongsun Xuanyuan ascended, he had been calling him Sakyamuni, and he still called him Sakyamuni. Perhaps the only people who knew Tathagata's other name were those from planet Yanhuang in the Yanhuang realm. Flaming yellow physique. Upon hearing Gongsun Xuanyuan's words, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were not the only ones who were confused. Even Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu, Gongsun Xuanyuan's true disciples, were confused. At this moment, Yu Haotian and Rilai's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They had received a message from Gongsun Xuanyuan. In the message, Gongsun Xuanyuan had only said that he had something important to tell them, but he did not mention that he had discovered the flaming yellow physique. Xuanyuan, are you sure? Yu Haotian asked solemnly as he looked at Gongsun Xuanyuan. There's no mistake, Gongsun Xuanyuan replied. Gongsun Xuanyuan said, his experience is exactly the same as the flaming yellow physique. Furthermore, he admitted that he has 99 heavenly veins in his body. I didn't expect to see the flaming yellow physique again after so many years. Moreover, he has even become a titled celestial emperor. When Gongsun Xuanyuan had confirmed that Duan Lingtian had 99 heavenly veins, he had looked at Duan Lingtian with glowing eyes as though he was looking at a rare treasure instead of a living person. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps rising on his skin. He even regretted revealing that his soul came from planet Yanhuang in the Yanhuang realm. The reason why he said it was because it was no longer a secret to him, and no one would care about it. In the Devata realms, there were many strange people and strange things. Among them, there was no lack of strange things that happened to Duan Lingtian. However, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that not only was the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven shocked, but even the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven and Tathagata, the palace master of the tidal temple's sub-hall of the Xian Yuan heaven, were shocked as well. Flaming yellow physique! At this moment, Tathagata shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Feng Qingyang and said, "Wind Heavenly Emperor, I've had many disciples in my life, but none of them were true disciples. Since you're my only true disciple, I wonder if you're willing to let me take you as my last disciple?" Upon hearing Tathagata's words, Feng Qingyang glanced at Tathagata indifferently and said, "You should ask my disciple, not me." At the same time, Feng Qingyang sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Although I don't know what the flaming yellow physique is, I'm sure there's a secret behind it, since they're so concerned about it. However, since Tathagata is already a god, it's best for you to stay away from him to avoid any danger. There are many unique physiques in the Devata realms, but this is the first time I've heard of the flaming yellow physique. Many titled celestial emperors and even heavenly emperors would want to possess the bodies of celestial emperors and heavenly emperors. As long as they don't die prematurely, it's almost certain that they'll be able to attain godhood. I've also heard a rumor in the past, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. A human with 99 heavenly veins who possesses a unique physique has a potential that's not inferior to a divine beast," Feng Qingyang said. In the past, Feng Qingyang did not tell Duan Lingtian about this because he was worried it would cause Duan Lingtian to slack off on his cultivation. Everyone knew that they had 99 heavenly veins, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely become gods. Under such circumstances, many people would no longer cultivate as hard as they did before because they subconsciously felt that they were the seeds of gods. I didn't tell you about this because I was worried it would affect your cultivation. In the end, Feng Qingyang still explained, "I understand, Master." After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Tathagata, who had shifted his gaze from Feng Qingyang to him. Before Tathagata could speak, he said, "Pavilion Master Tathagata, I, Duan Lingtian, will only acknowledge one master in my life. That's my current master, Feng Qingyang. From now on, no matter how powerful a god or a supreme expert is, I will never acknowledge him as my master." Duan Lingtian's words killed Tathagata's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Tathagata's eyes flashed. However, his expression remained calm as he said, "Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you." After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "Wind Heavenly Emperor, 10 years after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, I'll head to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and have a battle with you. If you lose, you'll step down from your position as Heavenly Emperor." A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Tathagata's eyes when he finished speaking. Chapter 3465. Anytime. Upon hearing Tathagata's words, Feng Qingyang lifted his head lazily and glanced at Tathagata. "Farewell." Tathagata glanced at Feng Qingyang before he nodded at Duan Lingtian and turned to leave. As soon as he turned around to leave, Duan Lingtian felt a powerful divine consciousness sweeping toward him and shrouding his entire body. It made him feel as though he was a lone boat in the vast ocean, drifting aimlessly. However, Duan Lingtian suddenly felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows. It was the divine consciousness mark left behind by his master, Feng Qingyang. It was a gray sword mark. As soon as it appeared, it turned into countless divine consciousness, sword chi that swept out in all directions. Alas, it was still too late. The divine consciousness that shrouded Duan Lingtian seemed to have intentionally avoided Duan Lingtian's glabella. When the divine consciousness mark appeared between Duan Lingtian's eyebrows, it had already scanned Duan Lingtian's body. Although it was only a rough scan, it was not difficult for it to find out how many heavenly veins Duan Lingtian had in his body. It's the flaming emperor physique. Tethagata's voice echoed in the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tethagata's sudden scan caused Duan Lingtian's expression to darken. Even Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, and Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor heaven, felt awkward. They did not expect Tethagata to be so brazen. Did he forget that the flaming emperor physique's master was Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Humph. As soon as Gongsun Xianyuan and Yu Haotian thought about it, Feng Qingyang snorted coldly. Then a gray divine consciousness shot out from between his eyebrows and turned into a sword in the blink of an eye. It whistled as it shot toward Tethagata's divine consciousness. Whoosh! The divine will sword appeared as if it could destroy everything. In just a blink of an eye, Tethagata's voice rang in the air. Feng Qingyang, I'll meet you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in 100 years. 100 years. Duan Lingtian was stunned by Tethagata's words. Didn't Tethagata, the great sun celestial emperor, say he would challenge his master 10 years after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses? Why did it become 100 years now? Hiss! Hiss! At the same time, both Gongsun Xianyuan and Yu Haotian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. To be able to make Tethagata change his words, it meant that Feng Qingyang's spiritual sense attack had injured Tethagata badly. At the very least, his divine soul was severely injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delayed the battle 10 years later to 100 years later. 100 years later, if you dare to come, I will definitely kill you. This was Feng Qingyang's response to Tethagata. His expression was calm, without joy or sorrow. After Tethagata left, no one spoke. After Tethagata left, Feng Qingyang looked at Gongsun Xianyuan and asked, Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan, can you tell us about the Yen Huang physique? Gongsun Xianyuan smiled wryly. He could see the displeasure in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Heavenly Emperor Feng, I didn't expect Tethagata to be like this. If I knew, I wouldn't have allowed him to come. Feng Qingyang's expression eased slightly when he heard Gongsun Xianyuan's words. At this moment, Gongsun Xianyuan continued to say, as for the Yen Huang physique, it's a crazy idea that the powerhouses of the Yen Huang progeny came up with after many years of research on the unique physiques in the Devata realms. We discovered many similarities between the unique physiques and the unique physiques. Based on our research, there were traces of human activity. Most of it was due to the influence of formations. After many years of research, we returned to our hometown, the mundane realm, Yen Huang realm, and set up the formation that gave birth to the Yen Huang physique in our hometown, planet Yen Huang. However, we only know a little about the formation. We basically copied it from others. For this reason, we don't know how the Yen Huang physique would be born on planet Yen Huang. It's not like there haven't been any Yen Huang physiques over the years. However, those with the Yen Huang physique were born through other methods. Their souls were powerful, but they were stuck at the great overarching golden celestial stage after ascending to the Devata realms. We allowed a few Yen Huang physiques to ascend on their own, but they died in the celestial ascension pool as soon as they ascended. Nobody attacked them. It's as though the energy of the celestial ascension pool caused their souls and bodies to explode. They couldn't coexist with each other, so they died instantly. As for those who didn't ascend to the Devata realms, they died the moment they broke through to the great overarching golden celestial stage, just like those who had ascended to the Devata realms. Gongsun Xianyuan paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Those people with the Yen Huang physique have extremely high innate talent and comprehension ability. They also have 99 heavenly veins in their bodies. However, all of them died before they could break through to the great overarching golden celestial stage. We knew there must be a problem with the formation we set up. However, it was an imitation of a formation. It was extremely complicated and we couldn't figure it out. In the end, we gave up and stopped caring about the Yen Huang physique. In just a blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. I didn't expect to meet someone with the Yen Huang physique here. Gongsun Shenyuan continued to look at Duan Lingtian as he said, "The formation we imitated isn't just for show. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given birth to so many people with the Yen Huang physique. However, we didn't encounter anyone with the Yen Huang physique whose soul had transmigrated to another mundane realm. Even if he did, we wouldn't have known if he didn't say he was a transmigrator. Perhaps they died when they were growing up, or perhaps they're currently in some Devata realm. It's also possible that they're somewhere in the Jade Emperor Heaven right now." Gongsun Shenyuan glanced at Yu Haotian instinctively. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven was one of the people who had participated in the creation of the Yen Huang physique. Naturally, Tathagata was one of them as well. Soul transmigrated? Duan Lingtian tried to suppress the shock in his heart. For a long time, he had been wondering how his soul had transmigrated from Earth to another mundane realm. He had been searching for an answer, but he had not been able to find it. However, after listening to Gongsun Xuanyuan's explanation, Duan Lingtian felt he had found the answer. "The formation you imitated to create a special physique. Is there someone like me among them who transmigrated?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." Gongsun Shenyuan nodded. "However, their souls didn't transmigrate to other realms. They seem to have set up a series of formations in the formation, allowing their souls to transmigrate to their targets with the special physique they obtained through transmigration. This is completely different from your situation. The reason why your soul transmigrated indiscriminately should be because the formation we set up isn't complete. It's caused by a flaw in the formation." Gongsun Xuanyuan's words were laced with embarrassment. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Gongsun Xuanyuan's words. As it turned out, it was not an accident that his soul had transmigrated. It was caused by the formation Gongsun Shenyuan and the others had set up. It was an accident that his soul had transmigrated to another mundane realm. I only thought of the formation we set up back then when I heard you talk about your transmigration experience. I asked you if you have 99 heavenly veins because I wanted to confirm your identity and see if you have the flaming yellow physique that we created. Gongsun Shenyuan continued to explain. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He did not expect Gongsun Shenyuan and the others to transmigrate his soul to another mundane realm. Gongsun Shenyuan and the others had set up an immature formation to imitate others. However, it's a blessing in disguise for you. Gongsun Shenyuan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, "Since you have the Yen Huang physique, as long as you don't slack off, you'll definitely become a god in the future. In fact, it's difficult for ordinary celestials to become a god. However, it won't be the same for you. As long as you become a 10-direction celestial emperor and continue to cultivate, you'll definitely become a god. Perhaps you might even become a god before Haotian and I do." As Gongsun Shenyuan spoke, he looked at Yu Haotian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. A hint of envy could be seen in Yu Haotian's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As for Tong Tu, Gongsun Xuanyuan's fourth true disciple, he was green with envy. Although Yu Dongfang's expression was calm, he could not hide the shock in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian. A hint of fear flashed in Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes, as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Although you're considered to have the Yen Huang physique to a certain extent, we won't demand anything from you because of this. After all, you're only as strong as you are today because of your own efforts. I only hope that if we need a favor from you one day, you'll give it to us." A hint of worry flashed in Gongsun Xuanyuan's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "Of course, that's not a problem." Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he was considered to be a test subject of Gongsun Shenyuan and the others, to a certain extent, it was because of Gongsun Xianyuan and the others that he was able to survive in his previous life. Since Gongsun Xianyuan had asked for a favor, he naturally had to return it. After all, Duan Lingtian did not like owing people favors. Thank you. After thanking Duan Lingtian, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang before he left. At this moment, Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, left as well. After Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu left, Duan Lingtian's lips twitched again as he looked at Gongsun Xianyuan and Yu Hao Tian's backs. These people stand at the peak of the Devata realms, and yet they're willing to conduct such an experiment for the sake of a special physique. They really know how to have fun. On the other side, Yu Dongfang and Tong Tu returned to their wooden houses. Naturally, they had to part ways with their master and the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. After the duo left, Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, looked at Gongsun Xianyuan and asked, "Xianyuan, why did you ask for a favor from him? Are you worried that old bald donkey would suffer a loss?" Chapter 3466. Or are you worried that he'll be defeated by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Yu Hao Tian asked. Both. Gongsun Xianyuan sighed. A complicated expression could be seen on his face as he said, "Both of us know that the current Tathagata is only half a Tathagata. His will is mostly controlled by the old monk we encountered in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. That old monk is evil by nature. After he forcefully merged his soul with Tathagata's soul, Tathagata's temperament became much more ruthless. Earlier, he checked Duan Lingtian's body to see if Duan Lingtian has the flaming yellow physique. I suspect he wants to possess Duan Lingtian's body. Although most of his will is controlled by Tathagata's will, at least not all of it, I can sense he'll try to escape from Tathagata's body if he has the chance. After all, he doesn't have 100% autonomy in Tathagata's body. He only has 60% autonomy at most. Gongsun Xianyuan said, "It seems like the flaming yellow physique we created is very tempting. Even that old bald donkey, who seems to be a god, has his eyes on Duan Lingtian's body," Yu Hao Tian said as he sighed. Then, as though he had recalled something, he asked, "If that old bald donkey leaves Tathagata's body, will Tathagata's soul recover?" Gongsun Xianyuan nodded. "Yes, but it'll take at least 10,000 years for him to recover. After all, Tathagata's soul has been severely injured. That's because his soul is also a god soul. Otherwise, it'll take at least 10,000 years for him to recover." Gongsun Xianyuan said, "Why didn't you warn them earlier? Why didn't you tell them the situation and ask them to show mercy?" Yu Hao Tian asked. "How should I warn them?" Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head. "I can't possibly tell them that Tathagata is no longer the Tathagata of the past. If that old monk succeeds in seizing Duan Lingtian's body, Tathagata will regain his freedom. But if that old monk fails, he will be in danger, which is equivalent to bringing Tathagata into danger. Unless a supreme expert makes a move, otherwise no one can destroy that old monk without harming Tathagata." Tathagata had been friends with Gongsun Xianyuan for many years. Naturally, he wouldn't let anything happen to his good friend. It was also because of this that he held back his words in front of Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian. Although he had some friendship with Feng Qingyang, it was naturally incomparable to his friendship with Tathagata. As for Duan Lingtian, it was his first day meeting him. On one hand, you asked for a favor from Duan Lingtian so that you could save Tathagata's life at a critical moment. But on the other hand, you also hoped that Tathagata could regain his freedom, so you didn't remind them. The current Tathagata is no longer the Tathagata of the past, and he most likely has his eyes set on Duan Lingtian's body. Yu Haotian could see everything clearly now. Of course, he could understand Gongsun Xuanyuan's decision. If he were in Gongsun Xuanyuan's shoes, he would have made the same choice. I have no intention of harming the innocent. However, when there's no way to get the best of both worlds, I had no choice but to make this choice. When Gongsun Shenyuan said these words, a hint of guilt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Naturally, this guilt was because of Duan Lingtian. Let nature take its course. If that old monk fails, we'll ask Duan Lingtian for a favor and ask him to spare his life. After all, his life and death are tied together with Tathagata's life and death. Yu Haotian sighed and said, "If there's a second time, we won't ask again. After all, when we first met Tathagata as his friends, we've already done our best to help him. If that old monk takes Duan Lingtian's body, we'll do our best to protect his family so that his family can live a life without worries. This will show our guilt." Gongsun Shenyuan agreed with Yu Haotian's words. "I agree." Duan Lingtian naturally was unaware of the private conversation between Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, and Yu Haotian, the Jade Emperor Heaven. After Gongsun Shenyuan and the others left, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang stayed for a while before leaving. Duan Lingtian stayed because his master, Feng Qingyang, wanted to replant the divine spirit mark between his eyebrows. The divine spirit mark he had planted earlier had already been used. "I have a feeling Tathagata is plotting something against you. However, don't worry and return. With my divine spirit mark, I'll be notified immediately if he makes a move on you. I'll be able to protect you as soon as possible." Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian, "Moreover, I don't think he'll make a move in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. If the titled temple masters make a move on the young geniuses during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he'll be severely injured even if he doesn't die." A cold glint flashed across Feng Qingyang's eyes as he continued. "Furthermore, I've severely injured his divine soul earlier, even with the help of a rare treasure. It'll take at least 100 years for him to fully recover. As long as I'm nearby, I don't think he'll make a move on you. The divine spirit mark is just a precaution." After parting ways with Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian returned to his wooden hut in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven where the young geniuses who were participating in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses were staying. At this moment, many young geniuses were gathered outside the wooden huts, discussing something in groups of 3 to 5. The eyes of the young geniuses brightened when they saw Duan Lingtian. "How strong do you think this disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is? Rumor has it that he's as strong as a 2-star god of war. I'm not too sure about his strength, but the gray-clad young man next to him who's skilled in the law of death is at least a 3-star god of war. The gray-clad young man is Ling Jueyun. He came here with the people from Feng Qingtian's title temple. According to the people from Feng Qingtian's title temple, Ling Jueyun is definitely stronger than a 3-star god of war. Does this mean Ling Jueyun is most likely a 4-star god of war?" After Duan Lingtian made his appearance, the atmosphere in the square became livelier. Even after Duan Lingtian returned to his wooden hut, many people were still discussing him. "I'm sure many people will challenge this disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven in the 3rd round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. At that time, we'll be able to see how strong he is. Based on what I know, there are even 3-star gods of war who want to challenge him. I can't wait to see the battle between a 3-star god of war and Duan Lingtian." Will Duan Lingtian be a match for him? 3 days later, the list of names that Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the title temple, who was in charge of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, appeared in the sky above the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. At this moment, many people were looking at the words on the list. The names of the 300 people who advanced to the 2nd round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses are as follows. After that, a list of names appeared on the list. At the end of each name, there was at least some information about the Devata realm, indicating that the young genius was from a certain Devata realm. As for those whose identities were clear, They even indicated their identities. Even the strength they had displayed so far was indicated. For example, there was a line of information after Duan Lingtian's name. He's from the solitary destructive heaven, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's only slightly over 600 years old. He's not affected by the first round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. His strength is suspected to be at least a 2-star god of war. For example, Su Li. He's from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. He's only slightly over 600 years old. He's not affected by the first round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. His strength is suspected to be at least a 2-star god of war. For example, there was a line of information after Ling Juiyun's name. He's from Feng Qingtian. He's suspected to be at least a 3-star god of war in the second round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. There were more than 300 names, which meant that there were more than 300 lines. Some people's introductions were even longer. Even those with a photographic memory would have to look at it for a while. It's really detailed. Duan Lingtian was called over by Su Li. When Su Li saw the information about him and Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. It seems like the Tidal Temple intentionally recorded this information. It's obvious. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, look at that! Under Su Li's guidance, Duan Lingtian saw a line of words introducing the third true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang was from the Yellow Yuan Heaven. He was the third true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Yuan Heaven. He had killed a 3-star god of war and was suspected to be at least a 4-star god of war. Up until now, he had only revealed the strength of a 2-star god of war. Under Yu Dongfang's name was Tong Tu, the 4th true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Yuan Heaven. Tong Tu was from the Yellow Yuan Heaven. He was the 4th true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Yuan Heaven. He had been injured by Duan Lingtian when he was caught off guard. His strength was close to that of a 2-star god of war, but he was not a 2-star god of war yet. The Tidal Temple is clearly trying to draw hatred to you, Duan Lingtian said with a frown on his face. Su Li smiled mockingly. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He did not expect the people from the Tidal Temple would be so senseless. Soon after, many people in the surroundings saw Tong Tu's introduction and couldn't help but laugh. Their laughter was filled with ridicule. In the crowd, Duan Lingtian noticed an icy cold gaze that was filled with hatred, and he instinctively raised his head to look over. With a glance, he saw the robust young man staring at him from afar with an extremely unsightly expression. It was none other than Tong Tuesday. Tong Tu was the 4th true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Yellow Yuan Heaven. Yu Dongfang stood next to Tong Tu with a calm expression on his face. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he smiled and nodded at him. Yes. Chapter 3467. Tang Sanpao is from the mysterious Wonder Heaven. Su Li exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from the 2 true disciples of the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan heavenly emperor. He followed Su Li's gaze and saw Tang Sanpao's name. He was from the mysterious Wonder Heaven, and based on his performance in the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, he was suspected to be a 2-star god of war. There was no other information about him. Just like the others, he seemed rather mysterious among the 300 names. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that the young man who approached him as if they were close the first time they met actually had such extraordinary strength. He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. Duan Lingtian noticed that when he swept his gaze over the 300 names, there were a dozen or so people who said they were suspected to have the strength of a 4-star god of war or above. But none of them said they were suspected to have the strength of a 5-star god of war or above. None of them are suspected to be 5-star gods of war, Suli speculated. However, there must be 5-star gods of war among the people who are suspected to be 4-star gods of war or stronger. It's just that they haven't revealed their strength yet. Perhaps there's no one in the same generation who's worthy of them making a move. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course, it's possible that someone has seen them display their strength, but that person is either dead or didn't spread the news. That's why no one knows their strength. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Su Li brought up this topic, the sky above the Devata realm's battle of geniuses became lively. Many people began to discuss this matter. As more and more people gathered, Duan Lingtian called out to Su Li before the two of them left quietly. On their way back, they bumped into Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao said with a sullen expression on his face, "Why didn't you call me when you went to look at the name list? That's too much, right?" "You didn't ask us to call you either." Su Li smiled. Tang Sanpao glared at Su Li angrily. Then he said goodbye and left. Duan Lingtian and Su Li returned to their respective wooden houses and waited for the third round of the Devata realm's genius battle to begin 27 days later. Compared to the first and second rounds of the Devata realm's genius battle, the third round of the Devata realm's genius battle would take a long time. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The third round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was about to begin. In this round, the 300 people who advanced in the previous round would be challenged by the 700 people who were eliminated in the previous round. Apart from the 700 people who had been eliminated, many of the 300 people who had advanced to the next round were also looking through the list compiled by the Title Temple to see if there was anyone they could deal with. These people either didn't have much confidence in themselves or were worried that someone stronger would eliminate them. Since they were prepared in advance, even if they were eliminated, they still had a chance to turn things around. In the third round of the Devata realm's genius battle, not only would the 700 people who were eliminated in the previous round have a chance to challenge someone else, but even the 300 people who were eliminated today would also have a chance to challenge someone else. In short, the number of people was fixed, but the number of people would change constantly. This would continue until no one challenged anyone else. Although the third round of the Devata realm's genius battle is divided into 10 battles at the same time, I'm afraid it'll take a few days. Tang Sanpao muttered to himself. Duan Lingtian and the others were still sitting in the same seats they had been sitting in a month ago. Apart from them, even He Jianni, who was eliminated in the second round, had come. In fact, He Jianni was already mentally prepared for his elimination in the second round. In fact, he knew he would not be able to go far in the Devata realm's genius battle. He had only come because he wanted to see the best young geniuses from the various Devata realms. Moreover, such an opportunity was hard to come by. Ordinary people would not be able to come and watch the battles. In fact, He Jianni was not the only one who had such thoughts. At this moment, there were still more than 2,000 young geniuses present. Whether it was the 1,000 people who were eliminated or the 1,000 people who were eliminated today, all of them were present. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Title Temple's main hall, appeared in the sky above the Devata realm's genius battle like a ghost. After a few moments, he turned around and looked at the crowd. Today, the third round of the Devata realm's genius battle will begin. The 300 people who have advanced to the fourth round will be confirmed. This round is different from the previous round. You can only rely on yourself and not others. Those who relied on others in the second round won't be able to rely on luck in this round since it's a one-on-one battle. I'm sure all of you have already heard about the rules, so I won't waste my breath. At the same time, Su Konghai raised his hand. Suddenly, rows of densely packed words appeared in the air above him. They were the 300 names that had disappeared a few days ago, as well as the introductions behind the names. This formation mirror image is controlled by a person from the Title Temple. It can erase the names of those who have been defeated and replace them with the names of those who have succeeded. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. If you're unable to challenge the 4th round after 3 times, you won't be able to advance to the 4th round. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, many young geniuses turned to look at the rows of names. The heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various Devata realms who had not seen the list before were also looking at it. There's no one who seems to be a 5-star god of war. It seems like all the young geniuses have hidden their strength well this time. Based on past experiences, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is always the most exciting. Many young geniuses who haven't had the chance to show off their skills will be able to do so this time. I'm looking forward to it. Most of the heavenly emperors present on the scene had participated in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. It was obvious they were looking forward to the upcoming Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air again. Now, the 10 of you, state your target. As soon as Su Konghai said this, a person immediately flew out and arrived in the sky above the arena. He looked directly at the 3 people sitting together in the spectator seats and sneered. I, Huangbin of Spirit overarching heaven, challenge Qiu Yenjin of Langji heaven. The 3 people's expressions darkened when they heard Huang Bin's words. What? The 3 of you defeated me in the previous round, but you don't dare to challenge me now? Huang Bin sneered when he saw the person he had targeted did not make a move. I remember them. At this moment, a young genius among the spectators recognized Huang Bin and the 3 men. Among the 3 men, one of them is almost as strong as a titled celestial emperor, while the other 2 are titled celestial emperors. However, based on the strength Huang Bin displayed earlier, it's clear he's one of the strongest 1-star gods of war. I remember him as well. A month ago, his opponents defeated him in a 3-on-1 battle. His revenge came so quickly. Is he challenging the non-titled celestial emperor or one of the other 2 celestial emperors? If I were him, I'd definitely send the non-titled celestial emperor to challenge him. Amidst the commotion, Su Konghai's voice resounded in the air. After being challenged, if you don't enter the ring within 10 breaths, you'll be deemed to have admitted defeat. Now, you have 5 breaths to consider. Humph! One of the young men who was targeted by Huang Bin scoffed. You're a titled celestial emperor, but you dare to challenge me? I'm not even a titled celestial emperor. How shameless of you! Huang Bin said nonchalantly. What a joke! If you're so shameless, why did you join forces to eliminate me in the previous round? The challenge ended when the person who was challenged did not dare to challenge Huang Bin. Huang Bin successfully advanced to the next round. His name also replaced that person's name and hung in the air, clearly appearing before everyone's eyes. If I could challenge only one person, I'd have defeated all 3 of you. Huang Bin looked at the 3 people coldly before he left the arena and said coldly, Of course, if you have the guts, you can challenge me again after you're eliminated. I'll welcome you with open arms. As soon as he finished speaking, he left the arena. The 3 people were, naturally, infuriated by Huang Bin's words. After Huang Bin left the stage, he didn't forget to say to the audience in a clear voice, Everyone, if you want to challenge someone, you can choose one of those 2 people. Choose as you wish. Their strength is only at the level of a normal 1-star war god. Huang Bin's words infuriated the 3 people even more. After Huang Bin left the arena, there were indeed people who challenged the other 2 out of the 3. They successfully defeated them and replaced them. Thank you, Brother Huang Bin. Thank you, brother. The 2 people who successfully challenged Huang Bin smiled and thanked him from afar. Naturally, this was only a small interlude. The number of people in the arena remained at 10. 10 people would challenge the other 10 people. After the battle ended, 2 people would leave the arena and another person would challenge the others. After about 15 minutes, a young man dressed in a brown-yellow long robe stood in the air. His gaze landed on Duan Lingtian and the others before he finally locked his gaze on one person. I, Si Kong Yufang, Qing Chi Tian, challenge Wang Ting of the solitary destructive heaven. Wang Ting sat behind Duan Lingtian, and although her expression didn't change when faced with the challenge, her gaze became slightly more serious. It was obvious she was mentally prepared for this. Isn't this Wang Ting the woman who had a breakthrough in the first round? It's her. As soon as Wang Ting stood up and stepped into the air, many people recognized her. Chapter 3468. During the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were few people who had broken through during the battle. Therefore, most of the young geniuses present at that time had paid attention to them. Why didn't I think of challenging those who had just broken through? A young genius who had just broken through said regretfully, "If I had challenged one of them, I wouldn't have had to fight so hard earlier. Even if they have the strength of a titled celestial emperor, there must be a limit to their strength. That guy is really smart. He actually chose to challenge the only woman among the few who had just broken through. It's obvious that Wang Ting is a pushover in his eyes." Similar discussions could be heard in the spectator seats. The people who had just broken through during the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had also attracted a lot of attention. Some people even began to inquire about their names and origins. Naturally, there were also some people who had heard about the names and origins of the few people who had just broken through during the first round of the Devata realm. Swoosh! Following the defeat of one person and the successful advancement of another person, a ghost-like figure flashed out from the eastern spectator stands and quickly called out a challenge. And the person he challenged was also the person who had made a breakthrough in the first round. The latter's expression changed slightly when he heard his name was called out. However, he still stepped forward. "Damn it, he's really fast. Now, there's one less person." Many young geniuses cursed, just as Wang Ting entered the arena, and before she could even fight with the person who challenged her, another person in the arena was defeated, and another person advanced. Then, dozens of figures flashed out from the spectator seats like lightning and went straight to the arena. What a joke! Currently, two people who had just broken through during the first round of the Devata realm were being challenged. If they did not hurry up, they would not be able to defeat the last person. However, out of the dozens of figures, only the fastest person entered the arena. The rest were sent flying by Qian Konghai's sleeve, but they were not hurt. They felt as if they were slowly being pushed back to the top of the spectator seats by waves that were neither fast nor slow. "Damn it, he beat us to it. How's that brat so fast?" The group of young geniuses who were pushed back had unsightly expressions on their faces. The young genius who entered the arena first, a young man in blue, had a complacent smile on his face. He immediately opened his mouth and said that he wanted to challenge the last person who had made a breakthrough in the first round and had not yet entered the arena. Meanwhile, bang! A loud noise rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. In just a blink of an eye, the young genius who had challenged Wang Ting was heavily injured and sent flying after exchanging dozens of blows with Wang Ting. "Damn it! You didn't use your full strength earlier." Wang Ting the Devata defeated Wang Ting a Wang Devata battle. Asenas have been defeated. Asas Wang had Wang. Asad had Kong's right. How sinister. The young man glared hatefully at Wang Ting before he left the scene. Wang Ting wasn't infuriated when she heard this, and she slowly walked away by herself before returning to the seat behind Duanling Tian. At the same time, many people who had regained their senses looked at Wang Ting and sighed. Wang Ting has just broken through a month ago, and she has such strength? She's not simple. She's not simple indeed. Her strength, even among the one-star war gods, is considered to be above average. I thought she was a pushover, but it looks like we underestimated her. However, that Situ Yufang from before was also injured by her because he was careless. If he didn't care, he would at least be able to fight to a draw with Wang Ting. Wang Ting's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect Wang Ting to have such strength when she had just broken through. She was much stronger than the average one-star gods of war. "Ha! Wang Ting, you're amazing." Jinny laughed. He was happy for Wang Ting. "I didn't expect you to have such strength when you've just broken through. It seems like you'll be able to enter the 4th round. I think it'll be difficult." Although Wang Ting had won a battle and was not challenged, she was not very confident. She knew the geniuses in the Devata realms were all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even if her strength was not bad among the one-star gods of war, it would still be difficult for her to enter the 4th round. "Wang Ting, I didn't expect your strength to be on par with mine when you've just broken through." At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting on the other side of Wang Ting, could not help but sigh. Based on Wang Ting's battle earlier, he could see her strength was on par with him. If they really fought, it would most likely end in a tie. Look, since Wang Ting showed her strength earlier, the other two, who had broken through with her in the 1st round, did not hold back at all. After Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and the others saw the other two, who had broken through in the 1st round, did not dare to be careless. They attacked with all their might. In the end, one of them defeated his opponent in 10 moves, while the other defeated his opponent in 30 moves. Both of them had successfully challenged their opponents. Among the 3 who had broken through in the 1st round, only Wang Ting had passed the challenge. Naturally, this was only the first challenge to Wang Ting. One could imagine there would be others who would challenge Wang Ting in the future. I, Sima Zhongjing from the heaven of Wave Trace, challenged Duan Lingtian from the solitary destructive heaven. After a few more rounds, a young man dressed like a scholar stood in the middle of the field and looked at Duan Lingtian from afar before he issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the group of young geniuses who were originally paying attention to the battle between the other 18 people shifted their gazes. To them, Duan Lingtian being challenged was more attractive. Currently, among the other 18 people who were fighting, the strongest one was only an outstanding 1-star god of war. None of the 2-star gods of war had made a move yet. Therefore, there was not much to see. Someone actually dares to challenge Duan Lingtian? Since this person dares to challenge Duan Lingtian, it means he's at least a 2-star god of war. Finally, a 2-star god of war has made a move. The 1st round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was enough to determine the strength of a titled celestial emperor. Only a 2-star god of war would be able to maintain a calm expression throughout the entire battle. Even the name list released by the title temple showed Duan Lingtian's strength was suspected to be at least a 2-star god of war. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you'd be the first one to be challenged. Luo Sanpao laughed heartily. Up until now, most of the geniuses from the Devata realms and high-ranking officials from the branches of the Devata realms did not pay much attention to the challenges and duels. Most of them were chatting with the people around them and occasionally glancing at the duel. This was because they did not think there was anything worth paying attention to. At the very least, that was the case for the time being. Now that someone had challenged Duan Lingtian, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the title temple's branches stopped chatting and shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention. Brother Feng, I didn't expect someone to challenge junior nephew Duan so soon. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang, who was sitting opposite him, and said with a smile, "Based on the current situation, it seems like this person is here to test junior nephew Duan." "All right." Feng Qingyang nodded. At the same time, he withdrew his gaze and picked up the fragrant tea on the table. After taking a sip, he put down the teacup and lowered his head as if he was thinking about something else. Ding Fu did not disturb him. His eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian as he watched Duan Lingtian leave the spectator seat and enter the battle. Make your move. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Zhongjing, who was dressed like a scholar, and said indifferently, Duan Lingtian is a 2-star god of war. Duan Lingtian, I know you're also a 2-star god of war. The reason I challenged you today is because I'm curious about the true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As soon as Sima Zhongjing finished speaking, flames burst out of his body. It was clear he had comprehended the law of fire. Boom! Sima Zhongjing seemed to have transformed into a fireball as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he merged his celestial origin energy with the fusion profundity and cast the fusion profundity. It transformed into a dragon that opened its mouth and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Just as Sima Zhongjing's attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot. Teleportation! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian reappeared behind Sima Zhongjing. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared before everyone's eyes, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. After that, everyone saw a streak of blood spurting out from the back of Sima Zhongjing's neck. Sima Zhongjing broke out in cold sweat as he froze on the spot. After a moment, he was certain it was only a superficial wound. He hurriedly stopped the bleeding and turned around. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of joy could be seen in his eyes. He bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian. Thank you for showing mercy. Thank you for showing mercy. Sima Zhongjing's voice was trembling at this moment. After all, killing was not prohibited in the battle of the geniuses of the Devata realms. Even if Duan Lingtian had beheaded Sima Zhongjing, no one would blame him for it. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently, and then he returned to his seat in the spectating area under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chapter 3469. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned to his seat, the spectator seats that were originally deathly silent burst into an uproar again. What a fast sword! I only heard the sound of the sword whistling through the air, but I couldn't see any trace of the sword. Isn't this sword too ridiculously fast? I'm a 2-star god of war, but I couldn't see any trace of the sword at all. All the young geniuses were shocked. Even Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, had a grave expression on his face. He did not see the sword either. As for Tong Tu, who was standing next to Yu Dongfang, he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew Duan Lingtian had already shown him mercy. If Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, he could have killed him with just one strike, even if he did not catch him off guard. Tong Tu could not even see through Duan Lingtian's instantaneous movement, let alone see through Tong Tu's sword strike. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was higher than his. Based on the celestial origin energy Duan Lingtian had used to teleport earlier, Tong Tu estimated that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at least an 8-trigram celestial emperor, or even a 9 palaces celestial emperor like his third senior brother. However, Tong Tu was only a 6 combinations celestial emperor. He didn't use the fused profundity from the law of space, Yu Dongfang muttered. Tong Tu's expression changed. What? Tong Tu's expression changed drastically when he heard Yu Dongfang's words. He could see and feel Duan Lingtian's opponent had used the fused profundity from the law of fire earlier. However, his third senior brother was telling him that Duan Lingtian's opponent had used the fused profundity. Duan Lingtian did not use the fused profundity from the law of space earlier? How was that possible? Although the law of space was powerful and was one of the 4 supreme laws, it was not as heaven-defying as this. How could Duan Lingtian defeat his opponent without using the fused profundity? Was the difference in their cultivation bases that great? Is it because of the difference in their cultivation bases? Tong Tu's expression turned solemn. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian is already in 9 palaces, celestial emperor. As for that person, he's also in 8 trigrams, celestial emperor. He's only 1 level away from the 8 trigrams, celestial emperor. Ordinary people who are skilled in the law of space won't be able to defeat him without fusing their profundities. Yu Dongfang judged. Then what right does he have? Tong Tu was a little puzzled. He racked his brains, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Have you forgotten what Master admires the most when he talks about Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang in the solitary destructive heaven? Yu Dongfang took a deep look at Tong Tu and asked. Tong Tu's eyes widened when he heard Yu Dongfang's words. Third senior brother, do you mean Duan Lingtian has mastered the same sword Dao as Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? Even after the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven became a god, his master, Gongsun Shenyuan, had not admired Duan Lingtian the most. Instead, he admired Duan Lingtian for creating his own Dao that was independent of the profundities of the law and greatly enhanced his combat prowess. That kind of Dao was what his master, Gongsun Shenyuan, dreamed of, and he had already touched the threshold. However, the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had already mastered this Dao. Master said that if he mastered this Dao, it would only be a matter of time before he became a god. Yu Dongfang's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It said that Duan Lingtian only met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang 100 years ago. I didn't expect his attainments in the sword Dao to be so high. It feels like his attainments in the sword Dao are on par with Master's attainments in the sword Dao. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is truly a prodigy. Naturally, it was not difficult for Yu Dongfang to guess that Duan Lingtian's sword Dao, which was independent of the profundities of the law, was imparted to him by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Although Duan Lingtian had only met Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang for 100 years, he had obtained Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm and had built a foundation for his sword Dao. However, even if he had started building a foundation in the mundane realm, it was still shocking for him to achieve such a feat in just a few hundred years. As expected, it was important to walk the right path. For example, although his master was also a prodigy in the sword Dao, he had wasted a lot of time because he had taken the wrong path several times. Duan Lingtian was certain his master would be able to comprehend his own sword Dao as long as he had enough time. Similar to Yu Dongfang, other heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the tidal temple's branches in the Devata realms had also noticed Duan Lingtian's sword Dao. It's Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao. No, wait. It doesn't seem like the destruction sword Dao. Although it feels like the destruction sword Dao, it contains the law of space. Moreover, it's cast with the law of space's transportation profundity. Now I understand why Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang accepted him as his disciple. He's a genius in the sword Dao. He's so young, but he's already able to sense the space sword Dao from Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao. If he masters the space sword Dao, he'll be another Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. No, if he masters the space sword Dao, he'll surpass Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao in both strength and strangeness. The Heavenly Emperors discussed among themselves. At the same time, they looked at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. This was especially true for Tathagata. Feng Qingyang actually passed the destruction sword Dao to him. Does this mean that if I can fuse with his soul and receive his memories while I possess his body, I'll be able to master Feng Qingyang's sword Dao as well? He's just a puny celestial emperor. It'll be a piece of cake for me to deal with him. Moreover, his strength is far inferior to Tathagata. I can't destroy Tathagata's soul, but I can destroy his soul. My own sword Dao. That's the only way to become a supreme powerhouse. Tathagata's eyes shone brightly. Celestial Emperor Feng. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang in shock. You passed your destruction, Sword Dao to him? Moreover, he has already grasped its essence and has begun to comprehend his own space, Sword Dao? A complicated expression appeared on Ding Fu's face. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded before a faint smile appeared on his face. The space, Sword Dao, is barely satisfactory for now. That's barely satisfactory? Ding Fu almost vomited blood when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. At the same time, he glared at Wei Qi, who was standing next to him. Do you see that? This is your junior Uncle Feng's disciple. When you were his age, with your cultivation base, you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from him. Wei Qi smiled bitterly. Was he, the great celestial Emperor Gulong, really that weak? He wanted to refute Ding Fu's words, but he did not dare to do so. After all, his master was like a father to him. Naturally, he also knew that although his master's words were unpleasant to the ears, what he said was the truth. If he were to fight the current Duan Ling Tian when he was Duan Ling Tian's age, not to mention one move, he would not even be able to withstand half a move. Based on Feng Qingyang's destruction, Sword Dao, he has already comprehended his space, Sword Dao. Moreover, he has even mastered it. Duan Ling Tian is truly monstrous. The high-ranking officials from the tidal temples in the Devata realms whispered among themselves with a hint of shock in their eyes. If he's given a few thousand years, he might be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang. That's not necessarily true. If he can grow stronger, why can't Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang? After all, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang has already attained godhood. He still has a long way to go. At the very least, if he's given a few thousand years, he'll definitely catch up to Feng Qingyang. As the saying went, the connoisseur appreciates the skill, while the layman appreciates the excitement. The heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the tidal temples in the Devata realms discussed Duan Lingtian's mastery of the space Sword Dao, which was derived from Feng Qingyang's destruction, Sword Dao. However, 99% of the young geniuses in the spectator seats could not figure out what was going on. Only a few people seemed to have guessed what was going on, and their expressions turned grim. Most people were at a loss and puzzled. Since when did the law of space become so heaven-defying? My friend has also comprehended the law of space. However, his comprehension of the law of space is only slightly stronger than mine. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? What kind of technique is that? He defeated a 2-star god of war without fusing the law of space? Heavens, that's a 2-star god of war, not a nobody. The group of young geniuses could not figure out what was going on. After Duan Lingtian returned to the spectator seats, more than half of the people around him saw how terrifying his final sword strike was. I didn't expect you to have already come into contact with your own Dao. Naturally, Ling Juyin was the most shocked among the people around Duan Lingtian. He was from a powerful clan in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. When he was young, he had heard from his elders that the laws and profundities were the same for everyone. However, not everyone had their own Dao. The 5 divine elements that others would not be able to obtain were all paths to becoming a supreme powerhouse. Of course, regardless of whether it was one's own Dao or the divine elements, not everyone who possessed them would be able to become a supreme being. Either one had not comprehended their Dao to the point where it was sufficient to become a supreme powerhouse, or the 5 divine elements had yet to transform into their final forms. Under such circumstances, one would not be able to become a supreme powerhouse. Did you comprehend your Dao on your own? Ling Juiyun asked solemnly. At the same time, a strange light flashed in his eyes. If Duan Lingtian had comprehended his own Dao at such a young age, he could be considered a peerless genius even in the realms of gods. If a supreme powerhouse wanted to recruit someone like him as a disciple, he would be given priority. Chapter 3470. Half. Duan Lingtian replied to Ling Juiyun. Ling Juiyun was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's reply. Half. My space sword Tao is based on the destruction sword Tao that my master taught me. If it weren't for my master's destruction sword Tao, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend my own space sword Tao. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything from Ling Jueyun. Your master, he's not bad. Ling Jueyun sighed in relief. He instinctively glanced at Feng Qingyang, who was sitting next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes as he said, "It's rare to find someone who can comprehend their own Tao in a Devata realm. In fact, even in the realms of gods, such people are extremely rare. If such people don't die prematurely, they'll have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse. Among the utmost powerful ones, close to half are such people. After all, Ling Juyin was a native of the realm of gods and the divine offering land, and he was the only one who knew more about the realms of gods than anyone else. He had come here to seek refuge. If your master can survive until the end, he'll have a bright future ahead of him." Ling Jueyun said. "I think so too." Duan Lingtian glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he was in the mundane realm, he had received his master's legacy. He had been shocked by the sovereign heart sword that Feng Qingyang had left behind. To a certain extent, the sovereign heart sword was superior to the celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. For this reason, when he was in the mundane realm, he had always been invincible with the sovereign heart sword. Unless he encountered someone whose cultivation was far superior to his, he could deal with them. In the mundane plane, it was nothing to be invincible with the sovereign heart sword, but it was the sovereign heart sword that was so domineering and terrifying that it could surpass a few levels. Even now, his cultivation in the Sword Scar Canyon was only a small part of the reason why he was able to comprehend the space sword principle. The main reason was the sovereign heart sword that he had mastered in the past. The sovereign heart sword was created by his master, Feng Qingyang. Even his master's current destruction sword Tao was based on the sovereign heart sword. Due to this reason, after Feng Qingyang picked up the sovereign heart sword that had been abandoned for a long time, he was able to comprehend his master's destruction sword Tao as though he was blessed by the gods. On top of that, he had the supreme powerhouse's godhead left behind by a supreme powerhouse who was proficient in the law of space, which had allowed him to comprehend the law of space without fail. Coupled with his comprehension of the destruction sword Tao, he had finally grasped the basics of the space sword Tao. Now he was able to integrate the many profundities of the law of space into his sword moves. It was far more powerful than 1 + 1 = 2. I originally thought that your current strength would be inferior to mine. However, based on the current situation, I'm looking forward to it. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian with fighting spirit in his eyes. He did not cower because Duan Lingtian had grasped the basics of the space sword Tao. He did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. "It seems like your strength has improved a lot over the years." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he sensed Ling Jueyun's confidence. "It seems like I'll have to have a good fight with you later. Bring it on." A rare bright smile appeared on Ling Jueyun's cold face. It was rare for Tang Sanpao, who was usually eloquent, to remain silent at this moment. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian's back in a daze. A hint of fighting spirit could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. It was obvious this was because of Duan Lingtian's earlier attack. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the voice of Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Su Konghai was also the host of this year's Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Share the destruction sword Tao that Feng Qingyang taught you with the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple will do our best to nurture you, so you'll be able to go even further. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Apart from that, I can guarantee that the Title Temple's law chamber will be open to you as long as it's open to the Vice Palace Masters of the main hall. Su Konghai's voice transmission came so suddenly that Duan Lingtian was taken aback. When he clearly heard the contents of Su Konghai's sound transmission, not only was he not tempted, his face even became slightly gloomy. He then bluntly replied with a sound transmission, "Hall Master Su, from this moment on, please do not mention such words. Even if I, Duan Lingtian, die, I won't share my master's destruction sword Dao with anyone. Every sword technique in the destruction sword Dao was refined by his master, Feng Qingyang. Although ordinary people might not be able to comprehend the destruction sword Dao, Duan Lingtian would not share it with anyone." What a good disciple. Su Konghai sighed and said with a hint of pity in his voice, "Since you're unwilling to accept it, the Title Temple won't force you." After that, Su Konghai shifted his attention back to the other people in the arena. About an hour later, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, was also challenged. The person who challenged him was a one-star god of war. His strength was not bad, and the battle ended in a draw. However, even if it ended in a draw, Zhang Tianyu would not be eliminated. However, this battle had undoubtedly exposed all of Zhang Tianyu's strength. 2 hours later, he was challenged a second time. He was defeated and replaced. With this, Zhang Tianyu was kicked out of the 300 people who advanced to the second round. Naturally, he still had a chance to fight his way back, but it would be difficult. After Zhang Tianyu was eliminated, Su Li was also challenged. The person who challenged Su Li was a 2-star god of war. As time passed, the number of people who went up was not limited to 1-star gods of war. 2-star gods of war began to appear more frequently. However, Su Li only used one sword technique to defeat the 2-star god of war. Of course, Su Li's sword technique contained the fused profound meaning of the law of destruction. This Su Li is at least a 3-star god of war. Although Su Li's opponent was only an ordinary 2-star god of war, many people were still guessing how Su Li defeated him. If he was only an outstanding 2-star god of war, it would be difficult for him to achieve this. Huh. Su Li, you're amazing. After Su Li returned, Tang Sanpao laughed and gave Su Li a thumbs up. Immediately after, he said with disappointment, "Why hasn't anyone challenged me yet? Maybe I'm a pushover?" After Tang Sanpao said this, Su Li couldn't help but smile. "Speaking of which, among us, only you and Ling Jueyun haven't been challenged yet." Ling Jueyun hasn't been challenged yet because his strength is obvious to all. Everyone knows that with his strength, it would be easy for him to enter the 4th round. Those who have the confidence to fight with him, even if they want to fight with him, will probably wait until later. Therefore, it's normal that he hasn't been challenged yet. Moreover, those who feel that they have the ability to fight with Ling Jueyun wouldn't have been eliminated in the previous round. Even if someone was unlucky in the previous round, it probably wouldn't be a 3-star god of war or above. At most, it would be an ordinary 2-star god of war. In any case, you have been evaluated by the Title Temple as someone who is suspected to be a 2-star god of war or above. Unless they have no other choice or want to test your strength, no one would challenge you. Su Li said with a smile, although Tang Sanpao's origin was mysterious. Based on the information released by the Title Temple, he was only suspected to be a 2-star god of war or above. Then they should test me. It's so boring sitting here. Tang Sanpao shrugged. Why are these people testing you and Duan Lingtian instead of me? In the end, Tang Sanpao did not get what he wanted. The 3rd round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses lasted for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, some people who had been eliminated had successfully challenged again and returned to the list of people who had advanced. There were also some people who were eliminated from the list of people who had challenged again. After Duan Lingtian and Su Li were challenged on the first day, no one else challenged them. It was the same for Ling Juyun. As for Tang Sanpao, no one else challenged him. It was worth mentioning that Zhang Tianyu had successfully challenged again and returned to the list of people who had advanced. However, he was eliminated in the end. It was the same for Wang Ting. She was eliminated as well. The third round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was a test of one's strength. There was no such thing as luck. The 300 people who advanced to the next round were those who were truly strong. When the results came out, the weakest amongst the 300 people were the best amongst the batch of one-star gods of war, and their numbers accounted for less than half of them. And this was also the reason why Duan Ling Tian and Su Li weren't challenged by anyone else. In the beginning, those who challenged them might have just wanted to test them. However, after testing them, they realized how strong they were. Naturally, no one dared to challenge them again. We've all been eliminated. It'll depend on your performance in a month's time. Wang Ting sighed emotionally. Her words were directed at Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Ling Juyun, and Tang Sanpao. After spending some time together, the few of them had become familiar with each other to a certain extent. The fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow, the Arch Heaven, didn't make it into the top 300. Zhang Tianyu glanced at the tall and sturdy young man who had just stood up and left from the spectating area and said with a smile, "I really wonder where he got the courage to spar with Duan Ling Tian that day." The burly young man was none other than Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow, the Arch Heaven. Zhang Tianyu was mocking Tong Tuesday. He seemed to have forgotten that before he came to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he had also underestimated Duan Ling Tian. He had even said in front of Wang Ting that he wanted to challenge Duan Ling Tian to a duel. Chapter 3471. After the third round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses ended, the participants would rest for a month before the fourth round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses began. In the fourth round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses, the top 100 participants would be determined from the top 300 participants. However, even those who ranked in the top 100 of the Devata Realms Genius Battle were not allowed to enter the secret room. Only those who ranked in the top 30 of the Devata Realms Genius Battle were allowed to enter the secret room. Naturally, those who ranked in the top 100 would still be rewarded by the title temple. At the very least, those who ranked in the top 100 would receive better rewards than those who ranked in the 101st to 300th places. The top 30 of the Devata Realms Genius Battle would be decided in the 5th round. The top 10 participants would be determined in the 6th round. The top 10 participants would be determined in the 7th round. There were 7 rounds in every Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses. As time went on, the participants would progress faster since there would be fewer and fewer participants. Unlike now, there were a total of 300 people who had advanced to the 3rd round. Many of them were injured in the 3rd round, so they needed time to recuperate. For this reason, Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, who was in charge of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses, gave them a month to recuperate. After the 3rd round ended, the participants left one after another. Although Feng Qingyang did not allow Duan Ling Tian to stay behind, Duan Ling Tian still decided to stay behind. After informing Su Li and Ling Juyun, he asked them to return first before he went to look for Feng Qingyang. Since Duan Ling Tian had sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang did not leave with Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven. Instead, he waited for Duan Ling Tian to leave with him. Master Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, asked me to share your destruction Sword Dao with the Title Temple. Duan Ling Tian thought about it for a moment. Although he felt it was a sensitive topic, he still told Feng Qingyang about it. To him, he wouldn't be where he was today without Feng Qingyang. No one knew what hidden dangers were behind this matter, so it was better to say it out loud. However, What surprised Duan Lingtian was that after hearing his sound transmission, Feng Qingyang's expression was still extremely calm, as if he was not surprised at all. What did he promise you? He promised me that the Tidal Temple's secret chamber of laws will be open to me at the same time as the vice hall masters of the main hall and above, Duan Lingtian said. That's really generous of him. A faint smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's calm face. Master, you don't seem surprised at all? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There's nothing to be surprised about. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, If this was before I entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, I might have been surprised. However, after entering the Azura Hell, I've gained a deeper understanding of the Tidal Temple. HM? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Qingyang in confusion. He did not know what Feng Qingyang meant. Let's talk at my place. As Feng Qingyang spoke, he led Duan Lingtian to the residence the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged for him. It was a courtyard located halfway up a mountain in a secluded valley. It was very quiet, and only the faint chirping of birds could be heard. After a while, Duan Lingtian sat across from Feng Qingyang at the stone table in the courtyard and looked at him quietly. I'm sure you've already guessed that I had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. The place where I had my fortuitous encounter happened to contain the last words of someone who had just comprehended his Tao. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The Azura Hell was indeed dangerous. Even someone who had just comprehended his Tao had perished there. Duan Lingtian wondered what the person's cultivation base was. If the person was a demigod or a 9-star god of war, then the Azura Hell was too terrifying. He said he was chased into the Azura Hell by the gods of the Tidal Temple. Feng Qingyang continued to say, In fact, the gods were different from the person who chased after me in the past. That person was only a demigod. He only dared to chase after me outside the Azura Hell. He didn't dare to enter the Azura Hell. However, the gods of the Tidal Temple chased after me in the Azura Hell. They even searched for me outside the Azura Hell. What the Tidal Temple wants to do is to control that person and force him to hand over the Tao he has mastered. Since then, I've known that the Tidal Temple covets the Tao that others have comprehended. They want to obtain it so that they can use it as a foundation to comprehend their own Tao. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why his master was so indifferent. As it turned out, his master had long known that the Tidal Temple coveted Tao. At the same time, Feng Qingyang continued to say, Normally, Tao belongs to a person. Even if the same Tao is imparted to another person, that person won't be able to surpass the person who imparted it. At most, that person can only comprehend their own Tao based on the Tao. It's just like the space sword Tao that you're cultivating now. Your space sword Tao has traces of my destruction, sword Tao. Those who have seen me fight today, or those who have seen me fight through the floating image pearl, will be able to tell. Naturally, they can also see that you've comprehended your own Tao based on my Tao. Moreover, you've only just grasped it. In fact, even the destruction sword Tao that I've mastered isn't as attractive as your space sword Tao in their eyes, Duan Lingtian said with a hint of disbelief in Duan Lingtian's eyes. I've comprehended my Tao on my own, and it's very mature. It's very difficult to replicate it. On the other hand, since your Tao is based on my Tao, it's only in its infancy. It's much easier for you to replicate it. For this reason, the Tidal Temple isn't interested in my destruction sword Tao, but your space sword Tao. To be more precise, they're interested in the space sword principle that you have comprehended based on my destruction sword principle. If your space sword Tao is as mature as my destruction sword Tao, it won't be as tempting to the Tidal Temple as it is now. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He had thought the vice temple master of the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai, was interested in his master Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao. He did not expect Su Konghai to be interested in his space sword Dao instead. Moreover, Su Konghai did not even warn him. Although Duan Lingtian knew he would not betray his master, he could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about the consequences of betraying his master. At that time, not only would his master betray him, but the title temple would not let him off so easily as well. After all, they coveted his space, sword Dao. Without his master, Feng Qingyang, as his backer, it was easy to imagine how he would fare if he fell into the hands of the title temple. The title temple won't give up on you so easily. Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow slightly. If you're able to enter the law chamber, I'll personally accompany you. If you go alone, you might not be able to return. At that time, they'll be able to imprison you and torture you to force you to share your space, sword Dao. If you're unwilling to share your space, sword Dao, they won't let you off easily, even if they don't kill you. Feng Qingyang glanced at Duan Lingtian as he said, once they obtain the space sword Dao, they'll immediately kill you and spread the news that you've spread my destruction, sword Dao, to the outside world, and the title temple will clean up the mess for me. Then they'll push out someone who has mastered your space sword Dao and force him to display it in front of everyone to prove that they're not lying. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already thought about what Feng Qingyang had said. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. The title temple. How could they do such a thing? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed fiercely. What do you think a force has relied on since it first existed in the Devata realms? If they were merciful, they wouldn't have survived until now. Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on his knowledge, the title temple had the longest history in all the Devata realms. It was comparable to the history of the Devata realms. In all the Devata realms, there was no force that could compare with the title temple in terms of history. There's a saying that says it well. The history of the title temple was the history of the Devata realms. This was not a lie. This time, the title temple must have nurtured a young prodigy who's quite strong. Since the title temple is willing to share the exploding element celestial fruit with you, it means he's at least a 6-star god of war. Feng Qingyang changed the topic and mentioned the young prodigy who was given the exploding element, celestial fruit, by the title temple. However, I don't know who he is. After all, up until now, apart from you, Ling Jueyun, and a few others, very few people have displayed the strength of a 3-star god of war during the Battle of Geniuses. Even Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven, has only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war. Naturally, he's a famous young prodigy in all the Devata realms. He's suspected to be at least a 4-star god of war. I mentioned him mainly because many people have only revealed the tip of the iceberg of their true strength. Although you're strong, you can't be careless. Otherwise, you might fail miserably. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, he began to advise Duan Lingtian earnestly. He was confident in his disciple, but he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be careless and suffer a loss. I understand, Master. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. He felt as though his blood was boiling at this moment. A young prodigy from the title temple who was suspected to be a 6-star god of war. Chapter 3472. On his way back, Duan Lingtian, who had gained a certain level of understanding about the title temple, could not help but feel agitated when he recalled Feng Qingyang's words. Now that he thought about it, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple, had only promised him a temporary solution. Su Konghai's goal was to trick him into going to the title temple. Once he revealed his master Feng Qingyang's destruction, sword Dao, and his space sword Dao, Su Konghai would kill him. Then, Su Konghai would punish Feng Qingyang, who claimed to be his master. At that time, as long as someone who had mastered Feng Qingyang's destruction, sword Dao, walked out of the title temple, even if he died, his master would not be able to say anything. Even if he did not say anything, the tidal temple would still imprison him and prevent him from sending any messages. The tidal temple was a supreme force that had a similar history as the Devata realms. It was only natural that they had a way to prevent communication. At that time, even if his master, Feng Qingyang, wanted to find him, he would not be able to do so. Even if he suspected that Zhang Xian was in the tidal temple, he could go to the tidal temple to look for Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's master would not do anything to the tidal temple unless he was certain that Zhang Xian was in the tidal temple. Unless I'm strong enough or my master is accompanying me, I won't be able to enter the tidal temple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the next month, Duan Lingtian did not stay in his residence. Instead, he sent a message to Wei Qi, the disciple of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, and asked for Wei Qi's help to find a secluded place where he could practice his space sword Dao. Junior brother Duan, no one will disturb you here. After Wei Qi brought Duan Lingtian to a secluded place, he said with a smile, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, just send me a message. Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. Duan Lingtian had greeted his master, Feng Qingyang, while he was cultivating, although he had Feng Qingyang's god's spiritual imprint on him. He did not know if the people from the tidal temple had any way to suppress the god's spiritual imprint. However, Feng Qingyang chuckled when he heard his thoughts. You're thinking too much. The god's spiritual imprint is something I injected into your body with my own spiritual energy. If there's any movement, I'll be the first to know. This is something that even the utmost powerful beings have no way of interfering with. Of course, there are some ancient spirit formations, or even divine spirit formations from the realms of gods that can interfere with communication celestial talismans. However, they won't be able to interfere with the communication between the Godchild Communication Stone and the Godchild Communication Stone. Before they left, Feng Qingyang had given Duan Lingtian a black stone that was the size of a thumb. It was engraved with densely packed vein patterns and patterns that gave off an unfathomable aura. At that time, his master had only told him that the Godchild Communication Stone was a communication stone that did not require the soul imprint on the soul pearl to communicate. Mother-Child Divine Messaging Stone. This name was not simple at all. The Godchild Communication Stone. Master, I'm afraid it's not simple, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he took out the stone. I took this from the Azura Hell. It belonged to a divine being who died there. He only had one mother-child divine message stone that could be used as a pair. He only had 2 pairs of Godchild communication stones, but he had no use for them. Feng Qingyang replied, 2 pairs of Godchild communication stones? Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up. Doesn't that mean I can contact his friends and family through the mother stone and child stone in his possession? That should be possible. Feng Qingyang nodded. The Godchild communication stones are similar to communication celestial talismans. They can only be contacted when they're in the same realm. If you want to contact his family and friends, you'll have to go to their realms as well. However, I have no intention of contacting his family and friends. Even though it's possible to form ties with a group of deity stage experts because of this, it's also possible to bring calamity to oneself. It's better for a person to be down to earth and walk forward step by step. If one always thinks of ascending to the heavens in a single step, one will sooner or later fall to pieces. Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he understood Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian had only asked the question out of curiosity. Even if he obtained the mother stone or child stone of the individual messenger stone, it was impossible to use them to contact the person holding the corresponding child stone or mother stone. No one knew what kind of person was on the other side. It would be fine if it was an easygoing person, but if it was a ruthless person, they might be enraged because they touched the relics of their relatives or friends. Thank you, Master. Duan Lingtian was touched by Feng Qingyang's explanation of the Godchild communication stones and the fact that Feng Qingyang only had one pair of godchild communication stones. Take your time to comprehend your space, Sword Tao. I hope you'll improve significantly in the upcoming Devata Realms Battles of Geniuses. After saying these words, Feng Qingyang left. After Feng Qingyang left, Duan Lingtian calmed down and began to comprehend his space Sword Tao. Occasionally, he would move around like a gust of wind as he practiced his sword techniques. Most of the time, he would lie down on the grass and sleep. Through the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was able to comprehend the profundities from the law of space and the space Sword Tao. Duan Lingtian did not know why he had improved so much over the past month compared to when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Is it because the tidal temple is giving me too much pressure? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, no matter what, improvement was a good thing. Tomorrow is the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. It's time for me to return. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to his wooden house where the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven had arranged for the young geniuses. After he returned to his wooden house, he did not continue to comprehend the space Sword Tao. Instead, he took out a formation compass and set up a formation to conceal his aura. Then he opened his little world to communicate with the world, cleansing divine water. Sister Water, I confuse the profundities of the law with my sword techniques to form my own Sword Tao. I wonder if the profundities of the law can form their own Sword Tao as well. During this month, Duan Lingtian discovered his comprehension of the law of space had deepened. Although there were no signs of him fusing the profundities of the law with the profundities of the law, he had a strange feeling. It felt as though he was in control of space. For a moment, he felt as though the space around him was under his control. He felt as though he had become the absolute ruler of space. Of course, Duan Lingtian asked about the world cleansing divine water because the world cleansing divine water was the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his body. After all, its previous host was the divine tree of life in a realm of gods. If the realm of gods had not fallen, it would not have ended up in such a sorry state. There are many types of Sword Tao. It's not limited to the Sword Tao, Saber Tao, Spear Tao, and other weapons Tao. In the history of the Devata realms, and even the realms of gods, there are many types of Tao. The weapon Tao is only one of them. Apart from the weapon Tao, there's also the controlled Tao, the limitless Tao, and the devouring Tao. The world-cleansing divine water said, "These 4 Tao are called the 4 Tao of heaven and earth." The 4 Tao of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had heard of this. He instinctively asked, "What's the devouring Tao?" At this moment, he recalled the elementary devouring tactic and the grand devouring tactic that Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was skilled in. According to his master, Feng Qingyang, the grand devouring tactic could not only devour heaven and earth spirit energy, but it could also devour one's opponent's celestial origin energy and profundities. The devouring Tao can devour anything and everything. It's extremely domineering, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water said, "Those who have mastered this kind of Tao are very powerful. You must be careful when fighting against them. If you are not careful, your power will be devoured by them and turned into their power to deal a destructive blow to you." This Tao is extremely domineering, but it's also extremely difficult to master. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian thought about Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, again. "What about the limitless Tao?" Duan Lingtian asked again. The limitless Tao is the path of limitless energy. When facing an enemy, it's not only the celestial origin energy, but even the soul energy is almost limitless. It's as though the opponent's energy is endless like the ocean. The limitless Tao allows one's energy to grow limitlessly. It gives one an oppressive aura, causing one's opponent to crumble. That's how one can take advantage of the situation. Of course, these are all illusions. However, even if one knows it's an illusion, one will still be affected during a fight. This is far more terrifying than any illusory formation. Otherwise, the limitless Tao wouldn't be listed as one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The world cleansing divine water said solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. After listening to the world cleansing divine water's explanation, he roughly understood what kind of Tao the limitless Tao was. To put it bluntly, it was a Tao of deception. However, even if one knew it was a deception, one would still be affected. What about the Tao of control? At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt his heart throbbing. He had a feeling the state he was in was the Tao of control. After all, at that time he felt as though he was in control of the space around him. It felt as though he could control the space around him and use all kinds of techniques as he pleased. The Tao of control is all-encompassing. It's inseparable from the laws of heaven and earth. Upon hearing the world cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that he had come into contact with the Tao of control. Chapter 3473. To make sure, Duan Lingtian asked the world cleansing divine water, "Do you really feel like you're in control?" The world cleansing divine water asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then the world cleansing divine water said to him, "Now, try to control the space around you. I'll take a look at it for you. If you can really control the space around you, your future will be smooth sailing even after you become a god." The world cleansing divine waters voice sounded urgent at this moment. Upon hearing the world cleansing divine waters words, Duan Lingtian immediately calmed down. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged and merged with the space profundity to form a mini tornado around him. Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, the mini tornado disintegrated in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Lingtian punched out, the space in front of him began to distort and fold as though it would shatter at any moment. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian retracted his fist and clenched it again, the space that was distorting and folding a moment ago became calm again. It was as though nothing had happened at all. Then, Duan Lingtian suddenly stretched his arms out like a rock spreading its wings. In the next moment, the space behind him folded and distorted like waves in the sea. Wave after wave, it looked vast and mighty, and the spatial laws contained within it were strange and unfathomable. Now, I can hide in the turbulent space. After Duan Lingtian spoke to the world, cleansing divine water, the space behind him began to distort and fold before it engulfed him. Initially, he did not move at all. However, when the space energy engulfed him, he disappeared without a trace. It was as though he was not there at all. After a few moments, the space around him calmed down, and Duan Lingtian's figure reappeared. How was it? Duan Lingtian asked the world cleansing divine water. Although he had fused the law of space with the space profundity earlier, he had relied more on his control over the law of space. At that moment, he felt as though he had merged with the space around him. He was the master of this space. With just a thought, he could manipulate the space around him. When Duan Lingtian asked the world cleansing divine water, the space above his head began to distort again. This time, it took the form of a tiger cub. It descended from the void and landed on Duan Lingtian's palm. Duan Lingtian withdrew his palm, and the tiger cub disappeared without a trace. It's the Tao of control. Duan Lingtian could hear the world cleansing divine water's trembling voice as he asked, "Sister Water, you seem a little emotional." "I've lost my composure." The world cleansing divine water finally calmed down. "You've indeed come into contact with the Tao of control. Moreover, you've even gained a basic understanding of it. In fact, your attainments in the Tao of control are no less than your attainments in the space Sword Tao." if your mastery of the space sword principle hasn't improved recently. Before coming to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, the world-cleansing divine water had only learned about Duan Lingtian's mastery of the space sword principle. Although Duan Lingtian's mastery of the space sword principle had improved recently, it was not obvious. However, Duan Lingtian was still shocked when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Unknowingly, his attainments in the way of control were actually on par with his attainments in the space sword principle. After all, the reason he was able to achieve his current mastery of the space sword principle was because he had a good master and had a strong foundation in the mundane realm. However, the world-cleansing divine water was telling him that his mastery of the Tao of control was comparable to his mastery of the space sword principle. Duan Lingtian was truly dumbfounded. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in fact, whether it's a supreme powerhouse who has mastered the 4 supreme laws or a supreme powerhouse who has obtained one of the 5 divine elements and transformed it to its final form, it's only because they're skilled in one of the Tao. The reason why the 4 supreme laws are called supreme laws is because when one comprehends them to the extreme and fuses all their profundities into one, a Tao other than the Tao of weapons will appear. It could be the devouring Tao, the limitless Tao, or the Tao of control. When the 5 divine elements transforms into their final forms, they will also help their host in the same way. They will help their host comprehend the Tao and become an ultimate powerhouse. The prerequisite for becoming a supreme powerhouse is mastering one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Only when one has mastered one of the 4 Tao will heaven and earth send a supreme divine tribulation to baptize the person and help them become a supreme powerhouse. The world-cleansing divine waters words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of supreme powerhouses. In the past, he only knew those who were skilled in the 4 supreme laws and possessed the 5 divine elements had a chance of becoming a celestial being. However, after meeting Feng Qingyang, he learned that those who had mastered their own Tao had a chance of becoming a celestial being as well. Now he finally realized that whether it was the 4 supreme laws or the 5 divine elements, the key to becoming a supreme powerhouse was the Tao. How did you come into contact with the Tao of control? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Even if you have the supreme divinity, it's impossible for you to come into contact with the Tao of control now. Normally, the supreme divinity will only help you comprehend the Tao of control, the limitless Tao, or the devouring Tao after you've combined all the profundities from the law of space. I don't know what's going on. However, I'm certain that the supreme divinity is the reason I'm able to come into contact with the Tao of control. Although Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this, he was certain it was the supreme powerhouse's divinity that had brought him such benefits. Normally speaking, it shouldn't be possible. As far as I know, even if it's a supreme powerhouse who's proficient in 2 Taos, the supreme divinity will only help him comprehend one of the Taos after he becomes a god. After he's combined all the profundities from the law of space, the supreme divinity will only help him comprehend the other Tao. However, you've already come into contact with the Tao of control before you even become a god. Unless the world-cleansing divine water hesitated for a moment before she stopped speaking. However, Duan Lingtian interrupted her. Unless the supreme powerhouse who left behind the supreme divinity that I obtained is proficient in 3 Taos, that's right. The world-cleansing divine water's voice was solemn and proud as she said, however, that's impossible. As far as I know, some supreme powerhouses who are proficient in 2 Taos are already invincible existences who can create their own realms of gods. However, there are only a handful of supreme powerhouses who are proficient in 3 Taos. If they want to, they can destroy a realm of gods and create their own realms of gods. Duan Lingtian could understand what the world-cleansing divine water was saying. After all, there are only a limited number of realms of gods. If a supreme powerhouse wanted to create their own realms of gods, they would have to destroy one of the realms of gods first. For example, The ruins of the realms of gods that Duan Lingtian had visited previously were destroyed by other supreme powerhouses. Do you think a supreme powerhouse like that would die and leave behind the supreme divinity? The world cleansing divine water asked Duan Lingtian. Impossible. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the world cleansing divine water had hesitated earlier. As it turned out, there were only a handful of supreme powerhouses who were proficient in 3 das in this world. Such a supreme powerhouse was invincible in this world. There were only a handful of people who were capable of fighting a supreme powerhouse on par with him. However, that's the only explanation for what happened to you. The world cleansing divine water was slightly puzzled when she thought about this. Let alone her, no one in this world would be able to figure out how a supreme powerhouse who was proficient in 3 das died. Is it possible for a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 4 das to exist in this world? If there is, he should be able to kill a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 3 das, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Proficient in 4 das? The world cleansing divine water was stunned for a moment before she said confidently, "As far as I know, there has never been a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 4 das in this world. Naturally, that's the ultimate goal of a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 3 das. However, for countless years, no one has ever taken that step. Some people even say that if a supreme powerhouse can master 4 das, he'll be able to surpass all living beings and even transcend heaven and earth. However, there has never been such a person before." The world cleansing divine water said confidently, "Moreover, there's a legend in the realms of gods. It said that if a supreme powerhouse who is proficient in 4 das appears in this world, he'll be able to break the rules of heaven and earth. The number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. At that time, the number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. At that time, the number of realms of gods will no longer be limited." Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard this. Dozens of realms of gods, hundreds of realms of gods, coexistence, heavens. If that were to happen, heaven and earth would enter an unprecedented era of celestials and gods. At that time, celestial emperors and deities would be as common as dogs. For a day and a night, Duan Lingtian continued to talk to the world cleansing divine water. At the same time, he asked about the 4 das of heaven and earth. If Duan Lingtian did not receive Su Li's message that the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin, he would have many questions for the world cleansing divine water. In the end, he could only close his little world and isolate the world cleansing divine water. "Let's go." Duan Lingtian walked out of the wooden house and saw Su Li waiting for him outside. He called out to Su Li before the duo made their way to the venue of the Devata Realms of Geniuses battle. The 4th round of the Devata Realms of Geniuses battle was about to begin. Chapter 3474. In the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the top 100 participants would be determined. This round was the beginning of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Among the 300 participants, none of them were mediocre. Even the weakest among them was a 1-star god of war. Such a person could be considered one of the strongest powerhouses in an ordinary heaven-grade force in a Devata realm. He could even be considered one of the pillars of a heaven-grade force. For example, the Heavenly Pool Palace had 9 titled celestial emperors. The weakest titled celestial emperor was only a 1-star god of war. Most of the titled celestial emperors were from the older generation. The participants of the Battle of the Geniuses in the 81 Devata realms were young geniuses below the age of 1,000. The 300 participants were divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm had 4 participants. Furthermore, the people mentioned here were not only humans, but also demonic beasts and even other living beings that had taken human form. For example, demonic beasts, plants, trees, or even psychic stones that gave birth to life and so on in a Devata realm, there were 4 strongest people below the age of 1,000. Naturally, they were not ordinary people. The 300 participants are divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm has 4 participants. Today, the top 100 participants will be determined. The 100 participants are divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm will only have 1 participant. Duan Lingtian and Su Li heard someone say this when they arrived at the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment. Indeed, it seemed like this was the case. Su Li, are you confident? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Su Li. In the 4th round of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms, the weakest one is a 2-star god of war, and most of them are 3-star gods of war. It shouldn't be a problem for me to make it to the top 100, but I'm not confident I'll make it to the top 30. Su Li shook his head and smiled wryly. Sometimes I can't help but wish the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses was held 200 to 300 years later. At that time, not to mention the top 30, even the top 10 or top 3 will be within my grasp. If you don't participate, I dare to fight for first place, Su Li said. If I participate, you can also fight for first place. Duan Lingtian smiled. Forget it. Su Li shook his head. You're a freak. You've always been like this ever since you came from the mundane realm. Tell me, when have you ever not suppressed me? From the genius camp of the Iron Blood County in the mundane realm, to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and in the mystic realm of the Nandu Weave, when have you ever not suppressed me? Now, I have no intention of competing with you. A bitter smile appeared on Su Li's face when he reached the end of his sentence. In fact, whether it was luck or other aspects, he was considered lucky in his life. When he was with Duan Lingtian in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp in the mundane realm, they were the only ones of the same age who had made it this far. In fact, it was rare for him and Duan Lingtian to make it out of a corner of the mundane realm. Before he met Duan Lingtian again in the Nanda Weave and realized Duan Lingtian's achievements were greater than his, he had always thought Duan Lingtian was inferior to him and that he had caught up to Duan Lingtian and left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, every time, Duan Lingtian would appear and crush him mercilessly when he was at his proudest. At this moment, he had completely lost his temper. He no longer treated Duan Lingtian as a person. He felt that Duan Lingtian was a monster that could not be compared to. Only Su Li himself knew the bitterness in his heart. When Duan Lingtian heard Su Li's words, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, it seemed to be true. He was speechless for a moment. Could it be that he could still say to Su Li now, "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose"? Then I really did it on purpose. When Duan Lingtian and Su Li arrived, Ling Jueyun, Tang Sanpao, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jinni were already there. Duan Lingtian and Su Li's seats were empty. "You're finally here." Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian and Su Li. "You don't know how bored the 4 of us were when you weren't around, facing this silent ice block." The ice block that Tang Sanpao was talking about was naturally Ling Jueyun. "You're here so early." Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Sanpao, and then his eyes fell on Ling Jueyun. The latter nodded and said, His cold face also eased a little. "Duan Lingtian, you're not having an affair with this guy, are you?" Tang Sanpao yelled, "This guy always has a cold face in front of everyone, but only in front of you he changes his expression. You're such a handsome young man. Don't tell me you really like men?" As Tang Sanpao spoke, he widened his eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. "No one will think you're mute if you don't talk." Duan Lingtian glared at Tang Sanpao angrily. This guy really knows how to say anything. Didn't he know that he even had a wife and children? Although Duan Lingtian had not known Tang Sanpao for a long time, he could tell Tang Sanpao was a carefree person. Tang Sanpao gave Duan Ling Tian the impression that he was someone who had been trapped in a remote mountain for a long time. Tang Sanpao, don't tell me you don't know that Duan Ling Tian even has a wife and children. Su Li said with a smile. Ah. Tang Sanpao was stunned. I really didn't know. Then he glanced at Ling Jueyin again. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were enough to explain everything. He obviously suspected that Ling Jueyin had a hobby in that aspect, and that it was unrequited love for Duan Ling Tian. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Ling Jueyin's cold voice sounded as if he had eyes on his back. When Tang Sanpao heard this, he quickly retracted his gaze. If possible, he also did not want to provoke this bloodthirsty guy. Bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. It was not only Tang Sanpao's impression of Ling Jueyin. Most people also had the same impression. Humph. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach you a lesson. Tang Sanpao said with a low snort after retracting his gaze. Although his words were said very softly, Duan Ling Tian and the others still heard it clearly. The others thought that he was just saying it casually, but Duan Ling Tian had a bold idea in his heart. This Tang Sanpao, could it be that he really had the ability to fight Ling Jueyin? Until now, Tang Sanpao's background was very mysterious. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew how strong he was. All they knew was that he was at least a 2-star god of war. However, he should be able to show his strength in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, he's not the only one. Many people who have concealed their strength in the past won't be able to do so in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Before the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, just as his master had said, only he, Ling Jueyin, and a few others had the strength of a 3-star god of war or above. The others, no matter how strong they were, only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war at most. The heavenly emperors from various Devata realms have arrived. The 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. At the same time, many people discovered the heavenly emperors from various Devata realms had arrived. Apart from the heavenly emperors, there were also high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches. Duan Ling Tian noticed Tathagata, the great sun celestial emperor, the hall master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the Xian Yuan heaven, was glaring at him like a predator staring at its prey. Previously, whenever Tathagata appeared, Tathagata would stare at Duan Ling Tian in the same manner. Could it be that Tathagata had a fetish? Duan Ling Tian instinctively thought to himself, influenced by Tang Sanpao. Soon after, Feng Qingyang appeared as well. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, appeared with him. Both of them chatted happily as though they were close friends. Apart from the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, the other 80 heavenly emperors from the Devata realms, high-ranking officials from the 81 branches of the Tidal Temple were present as well. Su Kong Hai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, also made his appearance. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel suspicious. Duan Ling Tian must have arrived a long time ago, but he had waited for everyone to arrive before presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I'm sure all of you know the rules of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, so I won't say much about it. All I want to say is don't be careless this time. It won't be easy for the top 100 to emerge victorious, Su Konghai said meaningfully as he looked at the spectators. In the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the Tidal Temple would organize a list of 300 participants and divide them into 150 groups. Those who lost would be temporarily eliminated. After that, the 150 participants who won would be divided into 75 groups and continue to fight. The winners would temporarily advance, while the losers would be temporarily eliminated. After that, the 225 participants who were temporarily eliminated would continue to fight until the final 25 participants were determined. At this moment, the number of participants who were temporarily eliminated had increased to 100. Each of the 200 participants who were temporarily eliminated would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. This would continue until everyone had used up all their chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. As for those who were eliminated, they would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. In other words, apart from the Tidal Temple's selection of participants, there was not much difference between the fourth round and the fourth round. The only difference was those who were temporarily eliminated would only be given 3 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. In the fourth round, those who were temporarily eliminated would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. Chapter 3475. 300 people will be divided into 150 groups. The names will be decided by the Tidal Temple. After hearing Su Konghai's words, even though they were mentally prepared, many of the 300 young geniuses still frowned slightly. If the names were decided by the Tidal Temple, did this not mean the Tidal Temple could manipulate them? Of course, they knew that even if the Tidal Temple wanted to do something behind the scenes, they would have to start by arranging weaker opponents for the young geniuses of the Tidal Temple so that they would be able to advance to the end. However, if the young geniuses in the Tidal Temple were not strong enough, they would still be defeated in the end. The Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was organized by the Tidal Temple, and the rewards for the top 300 geniuses were given out by the Tidal Temple. For this reason, even if there were people who were dissatisfied with the Tidal Temple's arrangement, no one would say anything about it. After all, the young geniuses had put in so much effort. How could they not be allowed to have some privileges? Moreover, these privileges did not affect the fairness of the battle. Those who were dissatisfied with the Tidal Temple's arrangement were ordinary young geniuses who were lucky enough to make it to the top 300. Young geniuses who were truly strong did not care about these things at all. So what if the Tidal Temple is biased toward the young geniuses in the Tidal Temple? Even if they meet me, I'll still eliminate them. This was the confidence of the young geniuses who were truly strong. Due to the large number of people in the fourth round of the Devata Realms, there will be 10 people in each group of 2 who will fight 5 rounds. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 5 translucent light shields appeared in the middle of the arena. The battles will take place in the area. Those who are forced out of the area will be considered to have failed. If you think you're weaker than your opponent, you can crush the jade token I'll give you later and leave. If you think you're weaker than your opponent, you should crush your jade token. Those who insist on fighting will die, and the person who kills them won't have to bear any responsibility. After he finished speaking, Su Konghai looked around and said, "Now, the 300 people who made it to the next round, please rise into the air. I'll give you the survival jade tokens." In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 300 people stepped into the air and received the jade tokens from Su Konghai. Obviously, there were teleportation formations set up in the 5 areas isolated by the translucent light barrier. As long as one crushed the jade token, they would be teleported out immediately. If I want to kill him, I wonder if I can stop him from crushing the jade pendant with my spatial manipulation. After Duan Lingtian took the jade card and returned to his seat, such a thought popped up in his mind for no reason, and his eyes lit up. It seems like I can give it a try. After the 300 people received their jade tokens, Su Konghai raised his hand and 5 groups of names appeared in the air. Each group had 2 people. Now, the 10 people whose names have appeared will enter the corresponding area. As Su Konghai's voice fell, the 5 groups of names separated into 5 regions, and 2 names appeared in each region. Duan Lingtian didn't know any of the 10 people on the field. However, even if he didn't know them, it didn't mean the others didn't know them. Soon after, many people's attention was focused on one of the names in the region. Meng Fangui. Don't tell me He's the strongest person among the younger generation from the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in the Xianyuan heaven? Initially, many people wondered if it was someone else with the same name. However, when they thought about it, they remembered there was no second Meng Fangui among the participants. There's no second Meng Fangui in this Devata realm battle of the geniuses. It must be him. Meng Fangui's name instantly attracted a lot of attention. Meng Fangui? Is he famous? Tang Sanpao muttered to himself. Of course he's famous. Zhang Tianyu said solemnly, Meng Fangui is a disciple of the Dream Profound sect in the Xianyuan heaven. He's skilled in the illusory Tao. Don't underestimate his illusory Tao. He comprehended the law of darkness. The law of darkness is known for its strangeness. Coupled with his illusory Tao, he has never lost a battle among the younger generation under the age of 2,000 in the Xianyuan heaven. He once killed a 3-star god of war. Many people say he's as strong as a 4-star god of war. Zhang Tianyu said, a 4-star god of war. Tang Sanpao was surprised. I didn't expect there to be a 4-star god of war in the first batch of people the Tidal Temple sent to Meng Fangui. I wonder who the Tidal Temple sent to Meng Fangui. I've never heard of this person's name. He's either a nobody or a disciple or descendant of a reclusive powerhouse. Zhang Tianyu shook his head and said after he looked at the name of Meng Fangui's opponent, however, I'm sure he's not a match for Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui was a young man dressed in a long black robe. He was tall and slender, and his handsome face had a hint of seductiveness to it. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. Meng Fangui is at least a 4-star god of war, and yet the Tidal Temple sent him to the first batch of people to fight. I really feel sorry for his opponent. If his opponent has heard of his name, he might not even have the courage to fight with him. Even if he hasn't heard of it, he must have heard of it since we're talking about it. In my opinion, Zhong Guiyu probably doesn't even have the courage to fight. Zhong Guiyu was Meng Fangui's opponent this time. After a short while, when Meng Fangui appeared on the stage, the other 9 people, including Meng Fangui and his opponent, also rose into the air and entered the stage. He's Zhong Guiyu? He actually dares to fight? Many people's attention was focused on Zhong Guiyu. They saw Zhong Guiyu was a young man dressed in a simple robe. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. Who's Zhong Guiyu? I've never heard of him. He seems to be a 2-star god of war or higher. That's what the Tidal Temple has determined. Since he dares to fight, he must be confident in his own strength, right? That's not necessarily true. Some people don't know how terrifying their opponents are. Even if others say that their opponents are terrifying, they might not be afraid. Moreover, in this kind of situation, it's not like you'll die if you lose. You can escape by crushing your jade pendant. In my opinion, he probably wants to fight and show off. That way, he'll lose in a more honorable manner. Losing without a fight is very shameful. While many people were whispering, Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui landed on the stage and looked at each other. The corners of Meng Fangui's mouth curled up in a smile that carried a hint of disdain. How many moves do you think you can take from me? Hearing Meng Fangui's words, Zhong Guiyu's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, if I can't defeat you in 3 moves, I'll go down myself. Even though their voices were not loud, and the other 8 people were also looking at each other and conversing with each other. However, because more than 90% of the people's attention was on Meng Fangui and Zhong Guiyu, the conversation between the two was clearly heard by them. 3 moves? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian re-evaluated Zhong Guiyu. Just now, he only casually glanced at him. Zhong Guiyu was wearing a plain dark gray robe. His face was delicate and pale. His eyes were spirited and his eyebrows were erect. He gave people a feeling of arrogance. To be able to say such words, he's either an arrogant maniac or he really has strength. Behind Duan Lingtian, Tang Sampao muttered. However, among the people present, even more people felt that Zhong Guiyu was arrogant and conceited. This Zhong Guiyu probably doesn't know how terrifying Meng Fangui is, right? Isn't this very obvious? If he knew that Meng Fangui has the strength of a 4-star war god, would he dare to say such words? We already told him clearly just now. Could it be that he's deaf? If he's deaf, how could he hear Meng Fangui's words? Most of the young geniuses felt that Zhong Guiyu was arrogant and conceited. However, a small group of young geniuses began to take Zhong Guiyu seriously. There were no mediocre people in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Even the group of heavenly emperors present were originally indifferent, but when they heard Zhong Guiyu's words, they also subconsciously looked at him. This kid is a little interesting. At this moment, even Meng Fangui, the person involved, frowned when he heard Zhong Guiyu's words. His expression turned solemn. Naturally, his expression was slightly unsightly. After all, Zhong Guiyu had said that he would defeat him in 3 moves. Even an outstanding 4-star war god would not dare to say such words, unless the person was a 5-star war god or above. However, was it possible that Zhong Guiyu was a 5-star war god? Faced with Zhong Guiyu's confidence, Meng Fangui's heart unknowingly became heavy. However, he did not show it on his face. Since you're so confident, I'd like to see. How are you going to defeat me in 3 moves? As soon as Meng Fangui finished speaking, the celestial origin energy on his body stirred. Then it turned into a black light that enveloped Meng Fangui. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the black light rapidly condensed and turned into a ray of light. It was like a black meteor flashing through the sunlight as it shot toward Zhong Guiyu. As for Meng Fangui himself, he had completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Meng Fangui has used his best illusion technique. If the people present used their divine consciousness, they would naturally be able to easily detect Meng Fangui's location. Even the group of heavenly emperors present would find it difficult to detect Meng Fangui's location with their naked eyes. Apart from a few divine spirit powerhouses, their divine eyes could clearly see Meng Fangui's figure through the void. He was approaching Zhong Guiyu from another direction. It was obvious that he wanted to launch a sneak attack on him. Everyone saw Zhong Guiyu standing motionlessly in his original spot as though he was not afraid of the attack from the law of darkness. Zhong Guiyu finally opened his mouth. Darkness will eventually be annihilated by light. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light rose from Zhong Guiyu's body. The blazing white light caused the expressions of many young geniuses with lower cultivation to change drastically. At the same time, they felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Chapter 3476. Whoosh! Whoosh! A terrifying white light instantly extended from Zhong Guiyu's thin body and spread out, enveloping the surrounding area. As the scorching white light extended out, the attack formed by the laws of darkness actually started to gradually dissipate. By the time it reached Zhong Guiyu, there was less than half of it left, and it was destroyed by the white light sword that Zhong Guiyu casually grabbed. One move. Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded faintly. At the same time, the scorching white light on his body extended further and became more profound. It's the law of light's territory ultimacy. At least 2 ultimacies have been fused. Moreover, there are other light ultimacies mixed in. Among the young geniuses present, there was no lack of discerning people. With just a glance, they could tell that Zhong Guiyu's current means were extraordinary. The law of light's territory ultimacy had been fused with other ultimacies, as well as other ultimacies. Dark Realm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Fangui's figure gradually appeared under the scorching white light. Finally, Meng Fangui let out a violent roar. Then, a pitch-black light swept out from his body. The scorching white light and the cold black light intertwined as if to determine the winner. The second move, Zhong Guiyu took a step forward. Suddenly, the scorching white light on his body rose again. At the same time, several pairs of white wings condensed behind him. They looked very much like the angel wings in the Western myths and legends of Duan Lingtian's previous life. There were a total of 3 pairs of wings. When they flapped, Zhong Guiyu stood on the ground and floated at a low altitude. At this moment, Zhong Guiyu stared indifferently at Meng Fangui in front of him. He raised his right hand, and when it fell again, a crescent-shaped white light blade seemed to appear out of thin air and swept toward Meng Fangui. Seeing this, Meng Fangui was not to be outdone. A giant black, more than 10 feet long, also appeared out of thin air. As he waved his hand, it met the white light blade. In a moment, the two collided. Boom! Rumble! The light and dark energies charged forward, causing the formation space where the two of them were located to appear as though it had descended into a black and white whirlpool, giving one a kind of visual shock. The figures of the two of them gradually became blurry within the storm. As the energy ripples scattered, they finally appeared once again. When the third move is used, everything will be over. Zhong Guiyu spoke again. Then his body bent in the air. The 3 pairs of angel wings on his back drooped down and enveloped his entire body. It was as if he had become a ball wrapped in angel wings. On the surface of the ball, the white light was getting hotter and hotter. Even the group of young geniuses who were watching could clearly feel that there was a terrifying power brewing within it. We can't let him continue. Meng Fangui's expression changed, and then his body shook. His long hair broke the headband and flew with the wind. Under the background of the dark energy, it was like a terrifying, poisonous snake slithering about. At the same time, Meng Fangui's expression was grave, and a walking stick appeared in his hand. To be precise, it wasn't a crutch, but rather a crutch. It was Meng Fangui's staff. It was also an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. In my name, I summon my compatriots in the dark world to fight for me. From Meng Fangui's mouth, cryptic syllables were uttered one after another, mixed with the sentence, which was the only sentence that most people present could understand. However, there were still some people who could understand the incomprehensible syllables. Without exception, these people were all skilled in the law of darkness. Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions rang in the void above Meng Fangui's head. It was as though thunder was rumbling in the air. Then, above his head, around him, and in the void, cracks appeared out of nowhere. The seemingly illusory cracks turned into ancient stone doors in the blink of an eye. The stone doors opened and figures walked out from within. These figures were of various sizes. The only thing they had in common was that they were formed from black energy, and their eyes shone with a bloody light. It's the summoning profundity from the law of darkness. It's said that those who are skilled in the law of darkness can summon powerful dark creatures if they cast the summoning profundity in the ancient language. Meng Fangui must be chanting the ancient language earlier, right? It must be. While many people were whispering to each other out of curiosity, Meng Fangui shook the crutch in his hand. In an instant, a blood-red figure rushed out from his crutch, and at the same time, it let out a burst of strange laughter. It's the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon, the blood spirit staff. Many young geniuses exclaimed when they saw the blood-red figure. It was clear they knew about the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's celestial weapon. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtan, said solemnly, "It said that the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon was captured by Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan realm in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. In the end, the old ancestor of the Dream Dark sect paid a huge price to obtain the weapon and forged it for Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui is the great-great-grandson of the old ancestor of the Dream Dark sect. Based on Zhang Tianyu's words, Duanling Tian and the others had a better understanding of Meng Fangui's Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was a celestial weapon that had merged with a blood spirit from the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Moreover, since the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven had personally captured the dead spirit, it had to be extraordinary. Zhang Tianyu continued to say, as long as it's not a divine artifact, no celestial weapon can compete with it. Naturally, a divine artifact with a soul is a divine artifact. A divine artifact without a soul might not be a match for Meng Fangui's celestial weapon. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the celestial weapon in Meng Fangui's hand. In fact, when Meng Fangui took out the immortal artifact, many people already knew that the immortal artifact in his hand was extraordinary, and they revealed burning gazes. However, when they saw Meng Fangui using the law of darknesses, summoning profundity to summon the dead spirit from the dark world and the weapon spirit from the celestial weapon, their hearts skipped a beat. What's Meng Fangui trying to do? Any ordinary person could tell Meng Fangui's technique was not simple. In fact, it might even be his trump card. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the weapon spirit from the celestial weapon in Meng Fangui's hand disintegrated into several rays of light and merged with the dark creatures he had summoned from the dark world. In just a blink of an eye, the dark creatures were shrouded in a layer of translucent blood-red light that exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Roar! 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 The dark creatures roared, accompanied by the eerie laughter of the blood spirit, the weapon spirit of the celestial weapon, as they flew toward Zhonggu, who was curled into a ball by the angel's wings. Even the best among the 4-star gods of war would find it difficult to block Meng Fangui's attack. If Zhong Guiyu can block it, he's at least a 4-star god of war. Tang Sanpeo's expression turned solemn, which was rare for him, and now the originally noisy spectator seats had quietened down. Everyone was watching the scene in front of them without blinking. Whoosh! 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 A group of dark creatures charged forward at an extremely fast speed and swept toward the ball that Zhong Guiyu had turned into. Bam! 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 The attacks of the dark creatures landed on the ball and produced dull thuds. Even the attacks that were infused with the law of darkness's profundity did not cause any damage to the angel's wings. Are you tickling me? After being beaten passively for a while, Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded at the right time. It was calm and indifferent. Hearing this voice, Meng Fangui's expression changed, and he roared, "Schwemmings emerge!" Almost as soon as Meng Fangui's voice fell, the group of dark creatures stopped attacking. Then, under the guidance of the outer layer of bloodlight, they merged into one and finally turned into a huge figure the size of a small mountain. This was a humanoid dark creature, an existence that had merged all the dark creatures into one. The aura that it emitted made one's heart tremble. In terms of offensive power, my fusion of the blood and spirit is not much weaker than the fusion of 3 profundities of the law of darkness. Meng Fangui looked calmly at the ball that Zhong Guiyu had turned into and said in a low voice, "Now, are you going to come out and fight with the dark blood spirit that I have summoned? Or are you going to continue hiding in there?" "Do you think I'm hiding?" When Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded again, it was strangely a little hoarser. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the angel's wings opened and Zhong Guiyu reappeared in front of everyone. There was a layer of golden light on his body that mixed with the blazing white light, giving people a sense of holiness. In front of the light, darkness will eventually fade. Following Zhong Guiyu's words, the 2 glows on his body fused into one. Then he turned into a huge humanoid creature. He was wearing golden white armor and had an awe-inspiring appearance. He was insufferably arrogant. He was holding a giant hammer in his hand. At some point, a hammer had appeared in Zhong Guiyu's hand. Its shape was no different from the hammer in the hands of the armored giant. Arrogant, Meng Fangui's eyes were cold as he ordered indifferently, "Xue Mingzi, tear him apart!" Suddenly, the dark creature that had fused into one body rushed out and charged towards Zhong Guiyu. A long spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear shone with a dark and bloody luster. It was like a bloodthirsty spear that had reached out from hell and killed countless creatures. The third move, as the dark creature rushed out, Zhong Guiyu's cold voice sounded. Then the golden-armored giant smashed the hammer into the air, causing the air to stagnate and the void to vibrate. There was a deafening sound. Boom! Chapter 34:77. Boom! The giant hammer let out a deafening boom in the air. The place where the hammer landed suddenly released a blinding light. It was like a blazing sun that could illuminate all darkness and purify all living things. The dark creature possessed by the blood spirit was only halfway through its journey when it was enveloped by the boundless light and let out a miserable shriek. In the next instant, a ray of light shot up into the sky. Xue Ming had abandoned the dark creature and transformed into a ray of light before he returned to Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon, the blood spirit staff. While Meng Fangui was still in a daze, Xue Ling's voice rang in his ears. "Crush the jade token and leave. Otherwise, you'll be severely injured even if you survive." At the same time, a dignified voice that carried an unquestionable tone sounded in Meng Fangui's ears. "Crush the jade token." Meng Fangui was not surprised by Xue Ling's warning. However, when he heard Xue Ling's warning, he did not hesitate. He took out the jade token, crushed it, and left the teleportation formation. Almost at the same time that Meng Fangui crushed the jade tablet and disappeared within the light barrier of the formation. The light that was released from the huge hammer had already swept across the place where Meng Fangui was at earlier like a stormy wave, causing the space to shake as though it could shatter at any time. Boom! Rumble! When the boundless light raged and crashed into the light barrier trembled again. After the light barrier continued to vibrate, clear cracks appeared on it, as if it could collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Meng Fangui, who had been teleported out of the area covered by the light shield, paled. What a powerful force! If it weren't for the fact that you're invincible, I wouldn't have allowed you to crush the jade token to escape. Xue Ming's voice rang from the blood spirit staff in Meng Fangui's hand. His voice was slightly trembling as he said, "If I hadn't fled in time, I would have been purified by his light energy. This brat who has comprehended the law of light is definitely a 5-star god of war." Xue Ming's voice was filled with confidence when he spoke. "If I hadn't become the artifact spirit of your celestial artifact and become much weaker, why would I, Xue Mingzi, fear him?" Xue Mingzi was from the Snow Spirit clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. His strength was comparable to a 6-star god of war. If he hadn't met the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, Gongsun Xianyuan, he wouldn't have been captured and taken out of the netherworld to become the artifact spirit of Meng Fangui's deity artifact. 5-star war god. Meng Fangui believed Xue Mingzi's words because he knew Xue Mingzi's background. He knew that Xue Mingzi had the strength of a 6-star war god in the past. It wasn't until he became the artifact spirit of the blood spirit staff that his strength was suppressed. According to his great-grandfather, if he didn't suppress Xue Mingzi's strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress the blood spirit staff with Xue Mingzi as its artifact spirit. He might even be devoured by the staff. Because of this, Xue Mingzi's great-grandfather had asked Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan heaven, to suppress his strength to that of a 3-star war god. He's definitely a 5-star war god. Many of the surrounding young geniuses involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the light barrier that seemed like it could break at any moment. Their faces and eyes were filled with shock. Heavens! What is the Tidal Temple doing? Not only are there 4-star war gods in the first batch, but there's even a 5-star war god among them. Are you kidding me? Since when are 4-star war gods and 5-star war gods under the age of 1,000 so common? Why is the Tidal Temple letting a 4-star war god and a 5-star war god fight as soon as the battle begins? Are they trying to hype up the Devata realms battle? Many of the young geniuses and heavenly emperors were in disbelief. Meanwhile, the people from the Tidal Temple felt helpless. They knew Meng Fangui was very strong. He was suspected to be a 4-star war god. However, they were unaware of Zhong Guiyu's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed Zhong Guiyu and Zhong Guiyu to fight at such a time. Normally, such a battle would only be held between the top 30 and the top 100 in the Devata realms battle. In other words, it would only be held in the 5th round. However, in the 4th round of the Devata realms battle, a 4-star war god and a 5-star war god were already fighting in the first batch. Although we know Zhong Guiyu's strength is at least a 2-star war god, that's all we know about him. Who would have thought he's a 5-star war god? What's Zhong Guiyu's background? I don't know. I only know he's from the boundless heaven. But I don't know who he is. Initially, we only arranged for Zhong Guiyu to fight Meng Fangui because he's an expert in the law of light. None of us thought he'd be a match for Meng Fangui. We all thought he'd only be a stepping stone for Meng Fangui. Who knew he's a 5-star war god and defeated Meng Fangui in just 3 moves? At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's sub-palaces were speechless. Their voices were filled with shock as they whispered among themselves. The Tidal Temple was the one who decided on the list in the 4th round of the Devata realms through discussion among the Tidal Temple's members. Nobody thought Zhong Guiyu would win when they arranged for Zhong Guiyu to fight Meng Fangui. However, their jaws dropped when they saw Zhong Guiyu's result. Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, who was in charge of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, was stunned when he saw Zhong Guiyu forcing Meng Fangui to flee. He only regained his senses when Zhong Guiyu's attack destroyed the formation that enveloped the area. Swoosh! Su Konghai raised his hand, and a huge translucent palm descended. It easily destroyed Zhong Guiyu's attack as though it was a mosquito. At this point, Zhong Guiyu had obtained her first victory. Moreover, she had defeated Meng Fangui, a person with the strength of a 4-star war god. From today onward, I'm afraid there won't be many people in the Devata realms who don't know Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu seems to be from the boundless heaven. I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven knows him? While the group of young geniuses were whispering in shock, many people's gazes fell on the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor. Even some heavenly emperors were looking at the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was the grandfather of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, a heaven-grade force that Duan Lingtian had joined. In fact, Duan Lingtian had met the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Initially, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven had tried to harm Duan Lingtian until he learned that Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I don't know him. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven smiled wryly when he heard the question. He didn't come with me. He came with the palace master of the boundless heaven's Tidal Temple's branch. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven nodded. Since you don't know him, he must be the disciple of a hermit from the boundless heaven. That's possible. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven agreed. If Zhong Guiyu was from a force in the boundless heaven, it would be impossible for him not to have heard of him. Even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven's Tidal Temple would be willing to accept such a person as his disciple. For the sake of Zhong Guiyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was willing to put down his pride and personally accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. In the end, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu, I'm the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. I'm interested in accepting you as my disciple. Are you willing? Before Zhong Guiyu could reply, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven continued to say, if you're willing to become my disciple, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the boundless heaven. No one will dare to offend you. In the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven's opinion, Zhong Guiyu would be flattered if he, the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, took the initiative to accept him as his disciple. However, to his surprise, Zhong Guiyu only glanced at him indifferently. Put aside the fact that I already have a master. Even if I don't, you're not worthy of being my master. Heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven did not expect someone would tell him he was not worthy of being Duan Lingtian's master. At this moment, the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor even forgot about his anger. His entire being was in a daze. After regaining his senses, he angrily sent a voice transmission to Zhong Guiyu and said, "Little brat, what arrogance! Who's your master? Do you think I'm not as good as your master?" Zhong Guiyu remained calm in the face of the furious heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. What's wrong? Heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, are you going to challenge my master to a duel? If he dares, I don't mind. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven said in a low voice, "Are you sure? If you're sure, after I return to the boundless heaven, I'll ask my master to visit the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven." Zhong Guiyu's voice was laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's strange tone, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven calmed down and asked, "Who's your master?" "You won't know him even if I tell you. However, his cultivation base is above a celestial emperor." He has only become a god a few hundred years ago." Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's words, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was frightened out of his wits. A god? Zhong Guiyu's master was a god? Moreover, he was a god in the boundless heaven? Heavens! How could there be a god in the boundless heaven? Zhong Guiyu ignored the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and continued to fly back to the spectator area. Along the way, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I've heard about you from my senior sister a long time ago. She's full of praise for you. I hope you won't disappoint me in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses." Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhong Guiyu would send him a voice transmission. Moreover, based on his words, it seemed like his senior sister knew him. "Who's your senior sister?" "Suya sure." This was Zhong Guiyu's reply to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3478. So you see, Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhong Guiyu's reply. He did not expect Zhong Guiyu would say, "Su Yasi, the Heavenly Pool Palace's eldest senior sister, was his senior sister. Are you a disciple that teacher recently accepted?" Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Did he have a junior brother now? However, after thinking about it, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible. After all, based on Zhong Guiyu's strength, Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven, was definitely stronger than his teacher. Don't misunderstand. Zhong Guiyu knew Duan Lingtian had misunderstood his words. He said, "Although I'm senior sister Su Yasi's junior brother, my master isn't the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor. Senior sister Su Yasi's master is someone else." Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood Zhong Guiyu's words. In the past, he knew Su Yasi was not an ordinary person. The last time he saw her, even Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was wary of her strength. After all, Yu Fengyu was a 6-star god of war. Although he was only an ordinary 6-star god of war, he was still a 6-star god of war. Even a 5-star god of war would not be a match for him. In other words, at that time his eldest senior sister, Suyasi, was at least a 6-star god of war. Now, she must be even stronger. I've heard from 3rd senior sister and 6th senior brother that eldest senior sister left the Heavenly Pool Palace a long time ago to explore the outside world. However, they don't know where she went. Duan Lingtian recalled what he had learned from Su Lang's 3rd and 6th disciples. It was not difficult for him to figure out that Suyasi had become the disciple of an expert after leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was very likely that she was able to raise her strength to such an exaggerated level in such a short period of time because she had taken that expert as her master. Even her father, Duan Lingtian's teacher in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Su Lang, was shocked by her strength. He was well aware of this. In other words, even Su Lang might not know that his own daughter had an expert teacher outside. "Who is your master?" Duan Lingtian asked out of curiosity. When Zhong Guiyu heard this, he immediately responded to Duan Lingtian, "Our master is a reclusive master. You won't know him even if I tell you. All you need to know is that he's also a god-level master." Gods! Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed that someone who could nurture such outstanding disciples like Suyasi and Zhong Guiyu must be a god-level master, he was still shocked when he heard Zhong Guiyu's words. As it turned out, his eldest senior sister had a god-level master, Duan Lingtian. "Apart from the exploding element celestial fruit, I'm also here for you," Zhong Guiyu said bluntly. "I plan to defeat you in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, so senior sister will know that I, Zhong Guiyu, am the strongest among her junior brothers. Even you whom she always praises are no match for me." Based on Zhong Guiyu's words, it was clear Suyasi thought highly of him. Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe that Zhong Guiyu had repeatedly mentioned his eldest senior sister, and Suyasi had always praised him in front of him. After all, he had only met his eldest senior sister twice, and she had always been hostile toward him. He did not expect her to praise him in front of others. It seems like eldest senior sister is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "I await your guidance at any time." Duan Lingtian gladly accepted Zhong Guiyu's challenge. He was not discouraged by the fact that Zhong Guiyu was a 5-star god of war. After all, Zhong Guiyu, a 5-star god of war, had made a move. Although the other 4 battles were not bad, they were not as exciting as the battle between Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui. For this reason, many people only glanced at the battles before they turned to look at the people around them. The topic of discussion did not stray away from the battle between Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui. Even when another 10 people went up for the second round of battles, not many people paid attention to them. Among them, there were some who displayed the strength of a 3-star war god. However, because Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui were in front of them, although they displayed decent strength, they were still overshadowed. It was not until Su Li went up that he attracted everyone's attention. Although Su Li's strength was only at the level of a 2-star god of war, there was another halo around him. He was only 600 years old this year. Among the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he was one of the 2 youngest people. The other person was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. "I didn't expect to be the first one to go up." Su Li smiled. Then his robe shook and he flew out. A sword light was faintly discernible under his feet. Then it dragged him into the arena. Su Li's opponent is Tuoba Ping. When everyone's attention was on Su Li's name, they did not pay attention to his opponent's name. This was because Su Li's name was more attractive. A 600-year-old young genius was participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. This was extremely rare in the long history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Only when Su Li appeared did the crowd begin to look at the name of his opponent. Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the name. Obviously, they recognized the young genius named Tuoba Ping. Tuoba Ping is the strongest person among the younger generation in the Tuoba clan, a heaven-grade force in the Hungyu heaven. It's said that he was already a 3-star god of war 20 years ago. He must be even stronger now. I'm afraid Tuoba Ping's current strength is considered strong even among 3-star gods of war. I didn't expect Su Li to encounter Tuoba Ping in his first battle. Aren't the people from the Tidal Temple afraid of being scolded for making such an arrangement? Tuoba Ping isn't a nobody. They must know about his strength. Of course, they know about Tuoba Ping's strength. Previously, Tuoba Ping's strength was said to be at least a 3-star god of war. The people from the Tidal Temple are purposely trying to defeat Su Li. Su Li is only 600 years old, but they actually arranged for Tuoba Ping to be his opponent. This is too much. Although Su Li's expression did not change at all when he saw Tuoba Ping's strength, many young geniuses in the spectator seats began to feel indignant for Su Li. They felt the Tidal Temple was being unfair. Su Li, Tuoba Ping, was a tall and handsome young man who wore a sky-blue robe with silver edges. After he entered the arena, he smiled lightly at Su Li. Although I have the advantage in this battle due to my age, if it wasn't for the current me, I really wouldn't dare to say that I could defeat you. When I was your age, I wasn't even a titled celestial emperor. Tuoba Ping sighed when he finished speaking. Defeat me? Su Li smiled faintly. It won't be easy to defeat me. Is that so? Tuoba Ping's eyes lit up. It seems like you're very confident in your strength. In that case, I'll fight you seriously to show my respect for you. Come. Su Li nodded, and then his entire body floated up into the air. The sword light beneath his feet condensed into material form, and the robes on his body fluttered, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a confident and elegant young sword immortal with a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. Come. Tuoba Ping didn't waste any time. He shouted, and his robe fluttered. A golden light swept out from his body, making him look like a golden man. On the surface of his body, the golden energy quickly condensed and wrapped around him, turning him into a golden man. This was the law of metal, the metal body profundity. You use a sword, so do I. Today, I'll use my sword to test your sword. Even though Su Li had yet to take out his immortal equipment, Tuoba Ping had already guessed that Su Li was a sword immortal. As he raised his hand, a jade-green sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword's body was flowing with light like a pool of autumn water, crystal clear. With just a glance, one could tell the sword was not simple. A 3-star war god, Duan Lingtian, sat at the spectating area and looked from afar at the two people who were at daggers drawn, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This Tuoba Ping can be considered to be a suitable opponent for Su Li, although Duan Lingtian had not seen Su Li unleash his full strength. Su Li was certain Su Li was confident in his strength. However, based on Su Li's words, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Su Li was not a 4-star god of war yet. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. In the past, 4-star war gods would be able to enter the top 30 in most of the Devata realms battles of geniuses. Naturally, there were also some Devata realms battles of geniuses where there were many outstanding young geniuses. At that time, some of the weaker 4-star war gods would not even be able to enter the top 30. Such Devata realms battles of geniuses were rare. Most of the time, a young genius with the strength of a 4-star god of war could easily enter the top 30 of the Devata realms genius battle. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when he heard the sound of swords whistling in the air. When he looked over, he saw the area where Su Li and Tuoba Ping were standing was shrouded in a rain of swords. The rain of swords was raging as they spun in all directions toward Su Li. At this moment, even those with good eyesight could only vaguely see Su Li's silhouette. The rain of swords continued to converge. It was obvious they were trying to surround and kill Su Li Suddenly, Su Li made his move. Swoosh! The sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air, drowning out the sound of swords whistling in the air. Su Li's body shone with a crimson light as he transformed into a gigantic sword and stabbed it toward the side of the rain of swords. The sword ray was sharp as though it could destroy everything. Chapter 3479. Similar to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Su Li was skilled in the law of destruction. For this reason, Feng Qingyang had asked Su Li to stay behind and give him some pointers. Naturally, Feng Qingyang's pointers were different from Duan Lingtian's. Most of the pointers he gave Su Li were about the law of destruction, so that Su Li would have a better understanding of the law of destruction. However, some things were one thing to say and another to do. Although Feng Qingyang did not hide anything from Su Li and explained his understanding of the law of destruction to Su Li, it would take time for Su Li to apply the pointers he had received from Feng Qingyang. For this reason, Su Li's current strength was not much stronger than before he met Feng Qingyang. After all, he had not had the time to digest what Feng Qingyang had told him. Swoosh! Although Su Li's strength was not much stronger than when he had first arrived, he was already very strong. Now that his celestial origin energy had merged with the law of destruction, it transformed into a blood sword that shot up into the sky. With just one sword, he broke through Tuoba Ping's sword attack. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Su Li taking the initiative to attack Tuoba Ping after breaking through Tuoba Ping's first wave of attacks. Based on the current situation, Su Li is not at a disadvantage. After a while, Su Li and Tuoba Ping exchanged a few blows, and Su Li gradually gained the upper hand. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Su Li has a high chance of winning this battle." In the arena, Su Li and Tuoba Ping were locked in battle. In the end, both of them displayed the strength of a peak 3-star war god. As they exchanged blows, the blood-red light and the golden light continued to collide with each other. Swoosh! 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air did not stop. Both of them were sword celestials, and it was a visual treat for the audience to watch. Tuoba Ping lives up to his reputation. I really didn't expect Tuoba Ping to already have the strength of a peak 3-star war god. Many people were shocked by Tuoba Ping's strength. Before this, many people thought that even if Tuoba Ping had already become a 3-star war god, he should only be in the middle of the 3-star war gods and not at the top. And now, in the battle between Tuoba Ping and Su Li, he had displayed the strength of a peak 3-star war god. This shocked and amazed everyone. Of course, what shocked people even more was Su Li. Oh my God! Is this Su Li really only 600 plus years old? To have such battle prowess at the age of 600, give him another few hundred years, and when he's close to 1,000 years old, how heaven-defying will he be if his progress doesn't decrease? A top-notch 5-star war god? 6-star war god? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that a 600-year-old youngster could have such strength. Based on his current strength, he's not inferior to Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, Duan Lingtian is about the same age as him, and both of them seem to be friends. It's a coincidence. I have a childhood friend who joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. He's quite accomplished in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Before the Battle of Geniuses began, he mentioned Su Li and Duan Lingtian. It said that Su Li and Duan Lingtian came from the same mundane realm, and are good friends for many years. They're also prodigies of the same generation. What? Su Li and Duan Lingtian came from the mundane realm? Since when are there such heaven-defying figures among the ascendants? While the crowd marveled at Su Li's strength, Someone revealed that he and Duan Lingtian came from the same mundane realm. Most of the people present on the scene were shocked. It was apparent they did not expect Su Li to be a transcender. How could two ascendants possess such strength when they were only slightly over 600 years old? For those who were born and raised in the Devata realms to be inferior to Su Li and Duan Lingtian at such a young age, they felt as though they had lived for so many years in vain. Since Duan Lingtian was an ascendant, some of them had heard about how Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had attacked the clone of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang came from the same mundane realm. Does this mean Su Li is from the same mundane realm as well? I've only heard of Yan Huang realm and a few other mundane realms that have many heaven-defying powerhouses. I've never heard of any mundane realm that has so many outstanding people. Many people were curious about Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's hometown. At this moment, not only had Su Li become the center of attention, but even Duan Lingtian had also noticed the numerous burning gazes that descended onto him. Su Li has a high chance of winning. At this moment, Tang Sanpao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, said with a smile on his face, "That's only if Tuoba Ping has used up all his trump cards." Zhang Tenyu frowned slightly as he continued to say, "There's one thing I'm not sure if it's true or not. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon in Tuoba Ping's hand has an artifact spirit. It was given to him by the former clan leader of the Tuoba clan on his 900th birthday." Artifact spirit? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He knew the difference between an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and one without. Su Li. Duan Lingtian was about to send a voice transmission to Su Li when Tuoba Ping, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly laughed heartily. "Good, good, good. Wonderful, wonderful. Su Li, I'm amazed by your strength. In terms of strength, I admit I'm inferior to you. However, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses isn't just a competition of strength. Celestial weapons are important as well." As Tuoba Ping's voice fell, a green light suddenly extended from the sword in his hand. Within the green light, one could vaguely see the phantom of an indescribable, ferocious creature floating. It's a sword spirit, another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. When the silhouette of a ferocious creature merged with Tuoba Ping's sword, the sword's aura changed completely. It felt oppressive, as though there was a new force in it. Swoosh! Tuoba Ping did not use any fancy sword techniques. Instead, his celestial origin energy, which was fused with the metal law profundity, emitted a dazzling golden light. Amid the golden light, a sharp green sword light was constantly emitting from the sword in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, Su Li, who had been suppressing Tuoba Ping, was suppressed. Tuoba Ping's celestial weapon had turned the tables around. What a powerful celestial weapon! Su Li's expression was grim when he looked at Tuoba Ping's sword. He smiled wryly inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he would not have rejected the sect leader of the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect's offer. Before coming to the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the sect leader of the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect had lent him the sect-guarding celestial sword. The sect-guarding celestial sword had a powerful sword spirit. It was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon that had been passed down since the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect's days of decline. It was said that the Emperor-grade celestial weapon had killed many Emperor-grade celestial weapons with artifact spirits. It was said that the Emperor-grade celestial weapon was a natural bane to artifact spirits. The young geniuses shook their heads when they saw Su Li was at a disadvantage. I thought Su Li was going to win. Who knew Tuoba Ping's Emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact spirit? An Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit is much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an artifact spirit. Even Duan Lingtian frowned slightly at this moment. It was almost impossible for Su Li to defeat Tuoba Ping unless he took out the artifact spirit he had obtained in the ruins of a realm of gods. However, even if Su Li had the artifact spirit, he would not take it out. If he took it out, he would become a target for everyone. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Since Su Li was still in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, no one would dare to make a move on him. However, once he returned to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, he would definitely be killed. Even if his master, Feng Qingyang, said that he would protect Su Li, no one would pay any attention to him. The temptation of a divine artifact was so great that it was worth the risk. Even if his master, Feng Qingyang, left a god's spiritual mark on Su Li, it would be difficult for him to save Su Li if he could not protect Su Li in time. Su Li, just admit defeat if you can't win. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Su Li, don't use the artifact spirit. Although Duan Lingtian was confident Su Li would be able to maintain his rationality, he was worried Su Li would not be able to hold himself back from using the artifact spirit. At that time, things would get out of hand. At this moment, Su Li was completely focused on his battle with Tuoba Ping. His sword shadows were everywhere, and he had no time to respond to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian no longer sent a voice transmission to Su Li since he knew Su Li had heard his voice transmission. Boom! 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 Tuoba Ping looked like a god, shimmering with golden light as he stood in the air. The green sword in his hand shone brightly before it transformed into a huge sword whip that shot toward Su Li. Su Li, on the other hand, seemed insignificant in the face of the two-colored sword rays. Wherever the two-colored sword beam passed, the space trembled. The surrounding array formation also trembled slightly. It was obvious how terrifying Tuoba Ping's attack was. Su Li, just admit defeat, Tuoba Ping said in an indifferent tone. In the face of Tuoba Ping's ferocious attack, Su Li did not know why. He stood rooted to the ground and did not move an inch. His gaze never left the two-colored sword rays that were rapidly approaching him. It was as if there was some kind of magic that was attracting him. In the blink of an eye, the sword rays had covered half of the distance. However, Su Li maintained his current state. He did not block or dodge the attack. At this moment, even Tuoba Ping could not help but frown. He did not want to kill Su Li. However, Su Li did not admit defeat, nor did he crush the jade pendant to escape. Tuoba Ping was helpless. Chapter 3480. Su Li. Seeing that Su Li was motionless as if he was possessed, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. He subconsciously stood up and wanted to pull Su Li out of that area. The others also felt that Su Li was crazy to be in a daze at this moment. There were also people who were puzzled. Could it be that Tuoba Ping knew illusions that caused Su Li to become like this? Tuoba Ping also knew that he wasn't good at illusions and it was useless now. The reason why Su Li was like this was because of himself. It had nothing to do with him. Su Li. Seeing that Su Li was about to die under his sword, Tuoba Ping frowned. At the same time, he had already decided to stop. He thought that even if he couldn't completely stop his attack, it wouldn't be enough to kill Su Li. At most, he would be able to heavily injure Su Li. However, at this crucial moment, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and was about to step forward. Don't interrupt him. A voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was his master, Feng Qingyang's transmission. Hearing his master's words, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Su Li again. Previously, he was too worried and didn't pay attention. Now that he was paying attention, it wasn't hard to see that the destructive energy on the surface of Su Li's body was gradually boiling. It was as if cold water was slowly boiling. I understand now. At this critical moment, Su Li's dull eyes lit up. He muttered softly, and a bloody light bloomed from his body. A terrifying and destructive aura spread out, causing the light barrier of the formation to tremble. This is Tuoba Ping, who had originally planned to hold back, saw that Su Li seemed to have become a different person. His expression changed greatly. It wasn't hard to see that the current Su Li was obviously stronger than before. Just the energy that was unintentionally revealed caused his heart to tremble. Could it be that he broke through to the level of a 4-star war god? There was a huge difference between a 4-star war god and a 3-star war god. They weren't even on the same level. The latter could easily defeat the former. The sudden change in Su Li's aura caused him to subconsciously have this thought. His heart trembled violently. I hope I'm wrong. Tuoba Ping prayed as he continued to circulate the celestial origin energy in his body. He tried his best to strengthen his attack against Su Li, and he didn't dare be careless in the slightest. As for the thought of holding back, he'd completely discarded it at the instant Su Li's aura changed. As soon as that thought sprouted, it was strangled in the cradle. Boom! Rumble! The golden and green lights intertwined on the gigantic sword, illuminating more than half of the Devata realm's genius battle. It was the center of attention for the entire Devata realm's genius battle. And now it was even closer to Su Li. Even if Su Li was a 4-star war god, it was already too late for him to dodge. Just in time. Facing Tuoba Ping's attack, Su Li casually threw the immortal sword in his hand. In an instant, the blood-red sword radiance on the immortal sword surged and enveloped his entire body. Then, the blood-red light continued to expand. Furthermore, it was expanding at an extremely exaggerated speed. In the blink of an eye, the sword light soared into the sky and met the sword that was descending from the sky. It seemed to be fearless and carried with it a destructive aura. The destructive aura swept across the sky, causing the air to stagnate and space to tremble as though it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, the young geniuses in the spectator seats could clearly sense how terrifying Su Li's sword radiance was. How did Su Li's strength suddenly increase so much? Earlier, he was still holding back? I feel like there are 2 more profundities of the laws of destruction in his attacks. They fused together, causing his strength to improve significantly. Heavens! His attack isn't any weaker than Tuoba Ping's attack when he uses an Emperor-grade celestial sword with an artifact spirit. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene were shocked by Su Li's sudden performance. On the other hand, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the tidal temple's branches in the Devata realms looked at Su Li in shock, admiration, and disbelief. Naturally, their judgment was not something most of the young geniuses present on the scene could compare to. They could see that Su Li was in a disadvantageous position. Earlier, Su Li was indeed at his wit's end. He was no match for Tuoba Ping. However, in the face of Tuoba Ping's current attack, Su Li was stunned for a moment. A moment later, his entire being seemed to have changed. The aura of the laws of destruction on his body became even sharper and more terrifying. Everyone could see this clearly. Su Li's comprehension ability is terrifying. Even under such circumstances on the brink of death, he was still able to further comprehend the law of destruction, allowing the law of destruction to take a critical step forward. One of the heavenly emperors could not help but exclaim, I heard Su Li is from the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect. I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven will be able to tolerate such a genius. Another heavenly emperor sighed as he looked at Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the past, when the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect was still a heaven-grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven, there was a genius in the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect who was capable of challenging Yu Hao Tian to a duel. However, that genius was defeated and died. After that, the 1,000 Tribulations sword sect declined. Rumor had it that Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, deliberately suppressed the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. After that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect left the Jade Emperor territory and went to the Nando territory. Nobody dared to offend them in the Nando territory. At this moment, Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, was sitting with Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan Heaven. He's a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? Gongsun Xianyuan asked. Yes, Yu Hao Tian nodded. He's one of a kind in the history of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. I didn't expect such a talent would appear after so many years. Do you feel pressured? Gongsun Xianyuan asked with a smile on his face. That person from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect caused you to be in a wretched state. Although you killed him in the end, you were severely injured. It took you several hundred years to recover. Gongsun Xianyuan, on the other hand, was well aware of what had happened in the past. The genius sword celestial from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had challenged Yu Hao Tian, who was the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven at that time. Both of them fought fiercely. In the end, Yu Hao Tian won by a hair's breadth. It was not Yu Hao Tian's intention to kill his opponent, but it was a battle of life and death. Since Yu Hao Tian was stronger, he managed to kill his opponent. Otherwise, Yu Hao Tian would have been the one to die. After Yu Hao Tian was severely injured, it took him several hundred years to recover from his injuries. While he was in closed-door cultivation, his nephew, Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, could not stand by idly. He impersonated Yu Hao Tian and ordered a group of titled celestial emperors from the Jade Emperor Heaven to attack the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was forced to flee the Jade Emperor territory to the Nando territory. Since Yang Jian was impersonating Yu Hao Tian, he did not dare to go too far. However, even with that being the case, after Yu Hao Tian recovered from his injuries and exited his closed-door training, he still heavily punished Yang Jian. Initially, he wanted to bring the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect back to the Jade Emperor territory, since he had killed the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, after visiting the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he discovered the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect seemed to have improved after leaving the Jade Emperor territory. For this reason, he did not disturb the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Even when rumors spread that he was trying to suppress the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he did not bother to explain himself. Instead, he remained silent. Finally, I have something to look forward to. Yu Hao Tian nodded. If the leader of the Gan Jiang progeny and Mo Xia progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect grow stronger before I become a god, it's not impossible for them to fight me. However, I don't think they're strong enough to suppress me. In this Su Li, I see the shadow of that person from back then. Perhaps if he is given time, he'll be able to fight against me in the future. Based on Yu Hao Tian's words, it was clear he admired Su Li a lot. I'm just worried he'll take your position as Heavenly Emperor to avenge the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Gongsun Xianyuan said with a smile. If he's capable of that, I'll just give it to him. Yu Hao Tian smiled indifferently. Judging from his current appearance, it was clear that he was serious and was not just joking around. Meanwhile, you have a good comprehension ability. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was the first person to notice Su Li's stunned state. For this reason, he was able to stop his disciple, Duan Lingtian, from saving Su Li. A smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw Su Li's comprehension of the law of destruction had improved. He could see Su Li had taken his words to heart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fuse the two profundities of the law of destruction at this moment. Moreover, he had taught Su Li how to fuse the profundities of the law of destruction. Naturally, he could only rely on his own experience when he taught Su Li Otherwise, Su Li would have had to rely on his own comprehension ability. However, it could not be said that he had helped Su Li a lot. After all, Su Li had relied on himself to make a breakthrough. With this breakthrough, he has the strength of a 4-star god of war. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank in the top 30 of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Feng Qingyang thought to himself. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene could not tell what was going on. They thought Su Li had concealed his cultivation base. However, there were a few young geniuses with keen eyes who could tell Su Li had just made a breakthrough. Su Li actually made a breakthrough during the battle. Tuoba Ping is going to lose. Even Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face when he saw the blood-red sword ray and the golden-green sword ray colliding. This guy, he actually made a breakthrough. Chapter 3481. Su Li stood at the same spot. His body was as straight as a javelin. He stood there majestically, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. At this moment, the Emperor-grade celestial sword in front of him and his body emitted a vast and majestic blood-red sword ray. The blood-red sword ray fearlessly met Tuoba Ping's golden-green sword ray head-on. Finally, the two swords collided. At first, they seemed to be evenly matched, as if it was difficult to determine the victor. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood-colored sword ray spread out like the sunset, while the trace of green in the golden-green sword ray suddenly shrank, as if it was fleeing. Squeak! A strange and shrill cry rang in the air. Those who heard it felt chills running up their spines. It's the voice of the sword spirit of Tuoba Ping's sword. Many people had guessed this. Just as this thought flashed through everyone's minds, they saw that the golden-green sword ray had disappeared after the green light faded away. The culprit, Tuoba Ping, had disappeared from his original spot and appeared outside the light barrier of the formation. Boom! 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 The blood-red sword light wreaked havoc as it slammed into the light barrier, causing the light barrier to tremble and sway as if it would collapse at any moment. However, it did not collapse in the end and was forcefully withstood the attack. It seems like the light shield's limit is to withstand the attack of a 4-star god of war. The scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes made him realize this. He was happy for Su Li when he saw how easily Su Li had won. There's hope for Su Li to enter the top 30. After Su Li had broken through, his strength was comparable to a 4-star god of war. Apart from the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials in the Devata realms, even Duan Lingtian and some young geniuses with keen eyesight could see this. As for the others, even if they could not see it, they could guess it. I didn't expect Su Li to have concealed his strength. Based on his strength, he's at least a 4-star god of war. A 4-star god of war who's over 600 years old. Su Li is even more heaven-defying than Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian's strength is only comparable to a 3-star god of war. Although Duan Lingtian had made a move because he had defeated a 2-star god of war, most of the people present could only confirm that he was in existence at the 3-star god of war or above. They couldn't confirm that he was a 4-star god of war. Therefore, when they saw Su Li's strength, they were certain he was stronger than Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Su Li, were you hiding your strength, or did you have a breakthrough? At the same time, Tuoba Ping, who had crushed the jade token and left the light barrier of the formation, asked Su Li with a bitter smile as he looked at Su Li, who was in the formation. Following Tuoba Ping's question, the young geniuses who did not realize Su Li had a breakthrough were stunned. What does Tuoba Ping mean? Does he think Su Li had a breakthrough? If he had a breakthrough, wouldn't that be too scary? How high of a level of comprehension does he have? That's right, to have a breakthrough is simply heaven-defying. When the gazes of the young geniuses landed on Su Li again, Su Li looked at Tuoba Ping and said, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for the pressure from your sword, I wouldn't have been able to improve my destruction edict in such a short time." Su Li's words undoubtedly admitted that he had a breakthrough. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Of course, for those who had already seen through Su Li's breakthrough, they were not surprised. "Su Li, are you confident you can enter the top 30 now?" After Su Li returned, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "If I can't enter the top 30 now, it would be a waste of Senior Feng Qingyang's guidance." Su Li smiled. Oh, Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard Su Li's words. "Your breakthrough this time has something to do with my master?" "Yes." Su Li nodded. "The breakthrough this time is all because of Senior Feng Qingyang's guidance. Of course, the pressure from Tuoba Ping's attack is also a large part of the reason." When Su Li reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but smile. At the same time, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Duan Lingtian, compared to you, my current strength is still lacking, right?" Duan Lingtian's current strength was a mystery to Su Li. Before he had a breakthrough, he had never asked Duan Lingtian this question because he felt the gap between him and Duan Lingtian was not small. However, now that he had a breakthrough in the Destruction Edict and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war, he had become slightly arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian. "Won't you find out if we fight?" Duan Lingtian smiled in response to Su Li's question and gave him such a reply. "Then I'll wait for you." Su Li nodded. His eyes flashed with battle intent. At the same time, Luo Sanpao looked at Su Li and gave him a thumbs up. "Su Li, you're amazing. You actually made a breakthrough during a battle. It'll be a big problem for you to enter the top 30 as a 4-star god of war." "Yes." Su Li turned to look at Luo Sanpao and nodded politely. "Good luck to you as well. If you enter the top 30, perhaps 4 of us will be able to enter the top 30. Top 30. Luo Sanpao was stunned when he heard Su Li's words. Then he shook his head and said, "Su Li, I didn't participate in the Davada Realms Battle of Geniuses to enter the top 30. My goal is to enter the top 3. Luo Sanpao's eyes flashed brightly when he finished speaking. At the same time, the frivolous aura on his body seemed to have changed. "Top 3? Luo Sanpao's words shocked not only Su Li, but Duan Lingtian and the others as well. They did not expect Luo Sanpao to be so ambitious. "Dessa, Brother Sanpao." At this moment, Zhang Tianyu patted Luo Sanpao's shoulder and shook his head with a smile. "It's good to be ambitious, but you can't expect to reach the top in a single step. In my opinion, you should set a goal for yourself to enter the top 100. Otherwise, the greater your expectations, the greater your disappointment." Although Zhang Tianyu did not know Luo Sanpao's background, based on Tang Sanpao's usual behavior, he could not tell how strong he was. Usually, those who were strong were cold and aloof, right? Tang Sanpao was not as talkative before they got to know him. He was only talkative in front of Duan Lingtian. However, after they got to know him better, he became talkative. Luo Sanpao did not think that a talkative person like him could be as talented as Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Jun. "You still don't believe me?" Luo Sanpao glared at Luo Sanpao. Fine, fine. Just you wait." "If the titled temple dares to assign a 4-star god of war to me, I'll kill him." Even Luo Sanpao did not expect that he would be the second person to enter the arena. After the introduction of Su Li's 10 people, a few more rounds passed. Luo Sanpao's name appeared in the air, and his opponent was named Yu Lansheng. Yu Lansheng. When Duan Lingtian saw Yu Lansheng's name, a light bulb went off in his head. The first thing that came to his mind was that he seemed to have an impression of this name. "Oh my God, it's Yu Lansheng." Before Tang Sanpao could step forward, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting next to him, could not help but stand up. At the same time, he looked at Tang Sanpao and said, "Brother Tang Sanpao, your crow's beak is really accurate. I'm impressed. I'm impressed." Zhang Tianyou's eyes widened as he looked at Tang Sanpao. "Brother Sanpao, don't tell me you're also good at prophecies? However, shouldn't people like him be good at the law of time, one of the four supreme laws?" Tang Sanpao was not good at the law of time. "It's Yulan Sheng." Tang Sanpao stood up as well. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, "The titled temple really knows me well." They actually arranged a 4-star god of war for the first battle of the 4th round. Moreover, he's a true disciple of Yu Hao Tian, the emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that he had seen Yu Hao Tian's name before. Since Yu Hao Tian was a true disciple of Yu Hao Tian, the emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, and was suspected to be a 4-star god of war, he had an impression of Yu Hao Tian. The Jade Emperor's true disciple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young man who flew up from the spectator seats on the left and landed in one of the 5 areas. The young man was tall and well-built. He was dressed in a jade-green robe, and his long hair was draped behind his back. He had a handsome face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He had a smile on his face at all times, giving off a refreshing feeling. Looking at the young man's position, Duan Lingtian knew that the young man was Yu Lansheng, the true disciple of Yu Hao Tian, the emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. "It's Yu Lansheng, Heavens, another young prodigy, who is suspected to be a 4-star god of war, has entered the arena. This Yu Lansheng is the true disciple of Yu Hao Tian. I heard that he was already a 4-star god of war 10 years ago. Who's that Tang Sanpao? Why is he so unlucky to meet Yu Lansheng? I've never heard of this Tang Sanpao before. Don't tell me he's going to be like Zhong Guiyu and turn this battle around? You're thinking too much. Not every young prodigy is called Zhong Guiyu." Tang Sanpao flew up into the air. Before he left, he didn't forget to smile at Duan Lingtian and the others as he said, "Open your eyes wide. Otherwise, I'll destroy him in the blink of an eye." Don't miss the exciting scene. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian and the others to respond, he had already entered the arena and stood opposite Yu Lansheng. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 3482. Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Tang Sanpao. It was not difficult for him to notice that the smile on Tang Sanpao's face had disappeared when he faced Yu Lansheng. It was replaced by an indifferent expression that gave off an unfathomable feeling. If it were not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had been close to him recently, one would have thought he had always been like this. Brother Sanpao is quite good at pretending. He really does look like a powerhouse now. Zhang Tianyu smiled. He clearly thought Tang Sanpao was only pretending. Almost everyone felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The true disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's celestial emperor, Yu Lansheng, was definitely stronger and could easily defeat and eliminate Tang Sanpao, an unknown character. Yu Lansheng was indeed a 4-star god of war. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 4-star god of war. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Lansheng's attack was blocked by Yu Lansheng. After Tang Sanpao blocked Yu Lansheng's attack, Tang Sanpao attacked again. A terrifying energy swept out and surrounded Yu Lansheng. No matter how hard Yu Lansheng tried, he could not break free from Tang Sanpao's attack even after using his emperor-grade celestial weapon that had an artifact spirit. In the end, Tang Sanpao continued to suppress Yu Lansheng. Just as Yu Lansheng was about to be trapped in the formation, Yu Lansheng finally crushed the jade token and left the formation. Since Yu Lansheng was no match for Tang Sanpao, he chose to flee and admit defeat. 2 moves. In just 2 moves, Yu Lansheng was defeated by Tang Sanpao. How boring. After defeating Yu Lansheng, Tang Sanpao's lazy voice rang in the air. The true disciple of the Jade Emperor, Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, is only SOO. I'm afraid only Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan Heavenly Emperor, and Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, are worthy of my full strength. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he prepared to return to his seat. Who are you? Yu Lansheng's expression was unsightly. He knew he had done his best, but his opponent was too strong. He was defeated in the first battle of the 4th round of the Devata Realms battle. I'm Tang Sanpao. I'm not as famous as you. Tang Sanpao turned to look at Yu Lansheng. Then he turned around and flew toward Duan Lingtian and returned to his seat with a smug smile on his face as he said, "What do you think? Did you listen to me earlier? You didn't blink, right?" At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian, even Ling Juyun could not help but turn to look at Tang Sanpao. It was as though this was the first time he had met Tang Sanpao. Who are you? Why did you approach me? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice as he frowned. He could not deny that Tang Sanpao's strength had shocked him. Tang Sanpao seemed harmless. Just as Zhang Tianyu had said, no matter how one looked at him, one could not tell how strong he was. However, his true strength was at least that of a 5-star god of war. What did it mean to be a 5-star god of war? In the past few Devata Realms battles of geniuses, the highest number of young 5-star gods of war was 9 5-star gods of war. In the past 10 Devata Realms battles of geniuses, there were only 5 5-star gods of war. It was not easy to become a 5-star god of war before the age of 1,000. Duan Lingtian did not think he was charming enough for a young genius with the strength of a 5-star god of war to stick to him like glue. His first thought was that Tang Sanpao was plotting something against him. Su Li frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Zhang Tianyu and the others were looking at Tang Sanpao warily. Could it be that Tang Sanpao was plotting something against Duan Lingtian? What could it be? Tang Sanpao waved his hand nonchalantly in the face of Duan Lingtian's question. I approached you because I wanted to know more about you so I could defeat you in the Devata Realms battles of geniuses and show off in front of that old man. Old man? Duan Lingtian frowned. That's my master. Tang Sanpao said with a smile. That old man used to torture your master. However, when your master returned from the Azura Hell, that old man overestimated himself and went to look for him. In the end, he was tortured badly. It's said that he was tortured by your master's clone, which isn't proficient in the laws. I've been following that old man for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen him in such a sorry state. I only have one purpose in participating in the Devata Realms battles of geniuses. That's to defeat you and show off in front of that old man. You can't defeat his master, but I've beaten up the only true disciple of his master. Tang Sanpao said. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang to ask if there was such a person. He's his disciple. Feng Qingyang was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Don't worry, he's not lying to you. Earlier, I felt his attack was similar to that person's, so he must have something to do with that person. I didn't expect him to be that person's disciple. Feng Qingyang said with a sigh. His master was able to defeat you before you went to the Azura Hell? Hua Lao told me you were an 8-star god of war before you went to the Azura Hell. Duan Lingtian said in shock. His master is a reclusive expert, a 9-star god of war, a half-step god. Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. A 9-star god of war could easily defeat his master when his master was only an 8-star god of war. However, his master had already attained godhood after he left the Azura Hell. No one below the level of godhood was a match for him. As long as Tang Sanpao's master had not attained godhood, he would not be a match for him. It won't be that easy to defeat me. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao again and smiled faintly. After his master Feng Qinyang's explanation, he understood that Tang Sanpao did not have any ulterior motives. At most, Tang Sanpao only wanted to defeat him. It seems like you have the strength of a 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've already guessed it. Now that I've heard it from you, I look forward to our battle even more. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he looked at Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the main palace, and said loudly, Palace Master Su, can you list me, Tang Sanpao, and Duan Lingtian together in the next list of names? I can't wait to fight with you. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Su Konghai's expression froze. However, he merely looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and ignored him. Continue, Su Konghai said as he looked at the other participants who had yet to make their moves. The 8 participants immediately made their moves. It was not that they did not want to make their moves earlier, but they wanted to see Yu Lansheng, the disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, fight. Initially, they thought Yu Lansheng would win. Who knew Yu Lansheng would follow in Meng Fangui's footsteps and lose to a nobody? With this, there were 2 young 5-star gods of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Moreover, these 2 young geniuses had one thing in common. They were both unknown. How dare he ignore me? He's so arrogant. Humph. When I become a god, I'll definitely go to the main palace and beat him up. Tang Sanpao said unhappily as he looked at Su Konghai's back. At this moment, although there were still 4 battles in the arena, the tension of the crowd was not on them. Instead, they were all observing Tang Sanpao, a person who was as mysterious as Zhong Guiyu. So many people are trying to poach him. When we go back this time, should we tell that old man and have him go to each of them one by one to spar with them? Tang Sanpao muttered to himself as he rested his chin on his hand and looked at the group of heavenly emperors and vice palace masters. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. Tang Sanpao was too ruthless. He wanted his master, a 9-star god of war, to challenge a group of heavenly emperors and vice palace masters? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that Tang Sanpao was trying to poach Duan Lingtian because some heavenly emperors and palace masters from the Tidal Temple had sent him voice transmissions. After all, Tang Sanpao was only a sectless cultivator in their eyes. A sectless cultivator like that might only have family and elders, but he did not have a master. He also knew that the person who had transmitted the message to Tang Sanpao was definitely not a god. A god would look at immortals below the god realm the same way. To them, anyone below the god realm was nothing but trash. Although Tang Sanpao was a 5-star god of war now, nobody dared to say that he would definitely become a god in the future. In the history of the Devata realms, there were people like Tang Sanpao who were unable to become a 5-star god of war. Some people might be the same age as Tang Sanpao and were not as strong as Tang Sanpao, but it was not impossible for them to catch up to or surpass him in the future. Naturally, Tang Sanpao still had a huge advantage over Duan Lingtian. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to become a 5-star god of war at such a young age. Soon after, it was evening. At this time, the 4th round of the Devata realms was almost halfway done. Su Konghai, who was in charge of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, announced loudly, "Next up is the last round of the day. Those who didn't fight today will have their turn tomorrow. Naturally, if you're too slow tomorrow, it might be your turn later." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the names of the 10 people who would be fighting in the last round of the Devata realm appeared in pairs in the sky above the 5 areas. As soon as the names of the 10 people appeared, one of them attracted everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian. mobile version updated the fastest website. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.